but problem solved. Problem solved. What a day. What a day. Oh, let's move forward. Let's keep moving. Okay. Vote for your favorites. So many cool sketches. These are the semifinals. These guys have all won their rounds. Oh, they've all won their rounds. They did so good. They kicked 3 other sketches' buttocks. They kicked them. And now somebody's gonna kick these guys' butts. You decide. Wolverine, battle damaged. Wolverine, battle damaged. Spider-Man and Green Goblin, battle damaged. Eddie Brock, battle damaged. Spider-Man, Human Torch, Sandman. This is like my version of the cover for Marvel Team Up #1. Look it up, you whatnot whippersnappers. Good afternoon, everyone. 5D in the house. This look familiar? 5D, Miss Mayhem, VIP. What's up? 5D, VIP. Jedi Jordan, he's a VIP. Regenerative, I think my remark and book get delivered today. Oh, nice. Yo, what up, says Regen. Regen, VIP. Let's check on your package, shall we? Regenerative. Let's see. I've been on the phone with Wix for the last 2.5 hours since 9:30. It was not a pleasant experience, but I realized that I was the majority of the problem and didn't realize it. Very frustrating. All right, so I gotta look up this guy. He wants a Venom sketch. His name is Philip. Is Philip here? Philip, are you in the room? Yes, it does. 9.8. It is the 9.8. How do I do that much work on a cover and not damage it? I don't know how I do it. I do try to be careful with my work, but all right, give me a second. There's 2 things I got to do. I got to set up my laptop and I got to reread Philip's emails. Whatnot is whatnotting, cycling. Episode 265. Let's get to 2,000 followers. I'm only 12 followers away from 2,000. You think I could get 12 followers today? That would be so cool. Don't forget to follow me here on the Whatnot so we can crack 2,000, and then follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky too. Blue Sky's pretty much stagnant pool there. I got Ange. That's about it. Is anybody on Blue Sky? I don't even know. What's going on here? Did they redesign the Whatnot page? It looks weird. Yeah, I'm getting an error. Stand by. Oh, how weird. There's scroll bars? Scroll bar in the Whatnot page now. That's new and different. Okay. Let me just make sure I got everybody in the chat. Hello. Regenerative. Oh, we're going to check on Regenerative's package. Let's see. We voted yesterday. We had an election here in Danvers, Massachusetts, for our library staff. And that was cool. We voted. Let's see. All right. So all statuses, all shows. So age. Oh, Dee Dee, someone in between shows ordered a print. That's them. That's shipping. Age is showing delivered, his package. Regenerative is showing shipping. Expected delivery on Wednesday. Yeah, today the 6th by 5:25 p.m. So that's what I'm getting too. Glad to confirm that. Um, yeah, Regen got a blank cover with a remark and also a sketch cover commission, which was shit. What did I draw, dude? Dude, I'm stroking out here. Who did I draw last week? It was a Spider-Man remark. I remember that. It was like a headshot here, and then I drew. Shit, I don't remember. It'll all come back to me. I know I scanned it, so. Good afternoon, everyone, says Miss Mayhem. There's a guy who makes wooden comic sketchboard on here. They protected the edges and you can spin it. Oh, that's interesting. Something red lettering. It's hard for me to read. Hold on. Do you do Ben 10? I can do whatever you like, dude. I can draw whatever you like. Just give me the reference. Here's a zombie Wolverine that I've been working on the last couple shows. Um, I keep having to set it aside because people get commissions. And so I set Wolverine aside because commissions always come first. If there's something you're looking for, you can jump in the bin, find item 100. That's a single figure, black and white sketch, black and white line art like this. And then you can get add-ons from there. You can add color like these do. You can add a background like these two have. You can have additional figures like this one has or this one has. Um, so there's a lot of options there, a lot of add-ons. You could get a headshot. This is a headshot here. This would be a single figure. This is considered a headshot with a background. So whatever works for you. And don't forget to vote. I'm going to grab some stuff. I'll be right back. Don't forget to follow me. I'd love to cross. I'd love to cross 2,000 followers today. 1 second. Okay, Sonia's texting me. And how much is your art? So just go to the buy it now. I hope I answered your question, but if you're just coming back in, go to buy it now and scroll down to item 100. You'll see something called a full figure sketch cover commission. Sonia's texting me. Full figure sketch cover commission. That's usually where we start. Item 101 is the head or bust. This would be considered a head or bust. So you would choose one or the other. And then you would choose the add-ons if you wanted color or an additional figure or a background. I also offer a sketch cover blank upgrade. We've got some double size and some um, landmark facsimile editions. Like this one is an amazing Spider-Man 300 first appearance of Venom. That would be an upgrade. Amazing Spider-Man 129 first appearance of the Punisher. That would be an upgrade. If you're looking for a Ben 10 figure, I don't have any Ben 10 blanks, but I do have 9 by 12 uh, sketch cover stock paper. I could do a Ben 10 character on 9 by 12 if that works for you. Or you could send me a Ben 10 cover, whatever works for you. Let's chat. I hope that answered some of the questions. All right, I'm going to be right back. 1 second. So I got a bunch of stuff in storage, and storage has a lot of boxes in it. Crap ton of boxes. 1 second, I'll be right back. So I found a bunch of these in my storage unit, and this was a piece I used for promotion um, back in the day in the 90s. This was a piece I did for Batman Chronicles #1. That's something you could collect out there in the world. There was a comic book. It was like an anthology comic book about the Batman universe characters. It was called Batman Chronicles, and I did a pinup which appeared in Batman Chronicles #1. It was on the first page, but it appeared about this size or smaller, and it was all orange. And I was like, I busted my hump. This is one of those pieces I remember where I was when I drew it. Believe it or not, I used myself for reference. I know I was never this muscular ever, but I used myself for the pose and then, decided to chisel up and bulk up the figure. So I remember standing in front of the mirror. I had a full length mirror, which was attached to my bathroom door. And I had this little alcove, which you had to walk through to get to the bathroom. So I'm standing in the alcove. I'm looking at my own body in the full length mirror, and I'm drawing this. So this is one of those pieces where I remember where I was when I drew it. Usually, those kind of pieces are noteworthy because when I remember where I was, it seemed like I was in the zone. I was connecting, and so usually what happens is other people tend to like it as well. So I was so disappointed in the final version. Like if you like literally, if you open up Batman Chronicles #1, it's like a contents page, and it's a spot illustration. This drawing, and it's all orange. And I was so disappointed by the final printed version of this cover. I busted my hump for it. That I had my friend Mike Cavallero color it, and I used it as a promotional piece for. I got myself an agent for commercial art, and this was my premier piece that I used for commercial art promotion. So this single image got me so much work. It probably got me more work than as far as dollar value goes, this piece probably made more dollar value money for me than all of the comics work that I've done combined. So this is kind of like a landmark piece, like the Venom Wolverine or the Spidey Super Special. It's one of those pieces. Inks by Ray McCarthy, colors by Mike Cavallero. So I use these for promotional purposes, and I have recently come upon a large pile of these prints. So I thought I would try to sell them here. I'm not sure if there's any interest. They're not on 100-pound cardstock, but they are super glossy, and I would say this is probably 60-pound, maybe 50 or 60-pound paper. So I put a whole bunch of them in a comic sleeve. This is something I've been meaning to try as well. This is a good opportunity to experiment. I noticed a lot of people are doing smaller size prints and putting them in comic bags and sleeves, boards, bags and boards. And so I thought this would be a good opportunity to kind of test run that kind of idea. So I'm going to auction one of these off. I don't know what to charge for them. The 11 by 17s are $20 a piece. This is less than half the size, so I'm gonna do an auction for one. This is my display. It's kind of damaged, so I'm just using this for display. But anybody who buys one for auction today um, gets one bagged and boarded and signed. I mean, my signature alone, I charge $5 for signatures. So keep that in mind. I'm gonna auction a couple of these off. Here we go. Product auctions. Start auction. It looks like Whatnot changed their graphic interface, so bear with me a little bit. I'm just gonna have to try to make sure that I'm doing everything right. So let's do a 20-second auction. Yeah, they changed. Weird. They changed their interface. All these scroll bars and stuff now. So I'm gonna auction off not this one, but this one, and I'm gonna sign it for whoever buys it. So here we go. Start auction. 20 seconds. Starting at $1. $1. Miss Mayhem says, I'm going to be saving up for a full figure color commission. Awesome. Look forward to it. Congratulations, Miss Mayhem. $1. You got a print for $1. How many people do we have in the room? 4. Let's do one more just for the heck of it. I'll sign these for you as well. Okay, we're live. $1 start. Get your $1 print today. Another thing that I think might be an issue is the postage, right? Oh my God, what is the postage on this? I just want to make sure. Yeah, about 8 to 11, because it's closer to 8 ounces, maybe even less. But hopefully you don't have to pay that 8 ounces if it's less. Um, so that's what are you oh my godding about? This one's for Miss Mayhem. So I can't sell all of these for $5. I can sell one to Miss Mayhem for $5. That I don't mind at all. These silver pens, not so great. One second. One second. I'll experiment in the future. Maybe some paint pens. What are you oh my godding about? You tipped me $10. Oh my god. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, Miss Mayhem. But what I'm going to do is that's so kind of you. I appreciate it. Extra goodies in your package, Miss Mayhem. Thank you so much. What I am going to do is I'll probably run a couple of them later on in the show, and then tomorrow I'll do some kind of official launch. All right, so I got to check on this guy's email. Is Philip in the room? Stand by. I'm just reading some emails. Oh, I also have to check my YouTube. YouTube, Jerry. I know last week it wasn't working. It's working now, and now we're 2 episodes behind on YouTube. So weird. Vote for your favorite sketch while I'm trying to figure this out. Let's see. Just personal notes. Someday I'll figure out what's going on, the discrepancy between show titles between YouTube and whatnot. Someday I'll figure it out. It's certainly not on my priority list. I'm going to be saving up for a full figure color commission. Look forward to it. Couldn't just take that for $1. You're very kind. Do you have a red pen for signature? Let's try a red pen. Let's try that. It's worth experimenting. I've got quite a few of these. And maybe I should sign up here. It might be more. It might be more clear. Let's do this. Oh yeah, this looks great. Great suggestion. Oh my, that looks great. Let's try one on top just to try it. We're messing around. We're messing around. There are no wrong answers. Let's do this one. That one might be better. Miss Mayhem, it's your piece. Which do you prefer? Is my signature too big? I really did. I did the most with the. This is a big fat marker point, so I did my most with it. top one. This one. Yeah, I think that one kind of works best. Let's do that. It's funny because I put them all in upside down thinking I would sign the bottom. But I think you're right. I think it works on the top. No big whoop. I'll set this aside to dry. We got to check on emails from Philip. I got to draw a Venom today. Okay. Emails. Venom. We're drawing Venom. I will likely opt for CGC when you're done. Send the additional. Then we can move on to others. Thank you. Let me know your handle. Send it. Okay. And he sent me some reference. I know that. This box with the absolute blank. I'm drawing absolute blank Batman for this guy as well. Okay, good to know. But we're doing Venom right now. I'm also supposed to get a package from Riverbank Comics. I haven't gotten any details yet, but we're going to have Spider-Man, Superman blanks, Superman, Spider-Man blanks, Dark Knight Returns, the original Frank Miller classic blanks, and a couple of Absolute Batman blanks. It's for real. It's for real. Venom, a lot like the Spider-Man. Pick attached. But Venom being stuck in the web. Just blood dripping from his mouth and teeth. No other color. I will have you submit both to CGC. Okay. So, where did we leave off? 1 second. 1 second. Where did we leave off with? Where did we leave off with? Stand by. Stand by, please. Okay. Here we go. There's Philip. Looks like Philip is an artist himself. Philip. Okay. I love this one Spidey you did. I would love something close to this, like a web of venom. I think web of venom would look really cool. He's pissed off with his mouth open, tongue out, with blood and saliva. Webs, best of both worlds. I like this style of venom. Very helpful. Very helpful. Okay. It's cool if you did more of a close up, so it's like waist up. So as far as blank, I think either Venom or ASM works. Whichever is the sharpest copy and you like the layout, basically. Hope that helps. Yeah, let's do let's do separation anxiety venom. So much to keep tabs on. I don't know how people do it. It's crazy. I've just got a never-ending pile of stuff next to my table. Whenever I clear it out, it grows again. And then I clear it out and it grows again and never goes away. Okay, so we're looking for venom separation anxiety. Here we go. This is a good one because it's fairly compact. It stays up in its upper third, upper quarter like it should. Ugh. Okay, give me another second. I had to take care of the Wix issue today. I had no choice. I was right in the middle of it when we hit prep time for the show, but I had to take care of my Wix problem. Wix is definitely a problem. It's been 3 years, I still don't have an ideal website. So maybe this 3 years that I signed up for, maybe we'll have an ideal website. I'm going to create a file called commission reference. Okay, I'm going to put it at the top of my list. Plop. Okay, here we go. Commission reference. There we are. I'm going to grab these images that my man Philip sent me. I'm going to toss them in there. All right, cool. It's always good to have reference. Excuse me. Reference is always helpful. That way you minimize the risk of me going off the reservation and doing my own thing, which wasn't what you imagined. I always say, I haven't said it in a while, but I always say that I encourage you guys to send me reference and or feedback as to what you're looking for in your commissions, because I've got a million ideas in my head and I guarantee you will hate 999,990 of them. So if you can narrow me down to a choice of like 1 to 10, I can riff from there, and that kind of helps secure your chances of getting a piece that you'll be happy with. All right, cool. So do we have anything else? Any other comments in the chat? What's up? Don't forget to follow me. I'm only 12 followers away from 2,000. So after you've voted for your favorite, make sure you give me a follow. Let's crack 2,000 followers today. That would be great. Anybody interested in a zombie Wolverine? 20 seconds. Here we go. Bling. Grab your zombie Wolverine today. Don't forget to vote for your favorite. If you're just passing through, it's so cool. It's free. There are no wrong answers. You can pop in, vote for your favorite, pop out. Tune in next week. Tune in tomorrow. We have the second round of semifinals um, of the black and white, and and we're and next week we're going to start the finals. We started the contest in March. Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch. Looks like number 2, 5D. You're in the lead, but I'll be here for a couple hours. Also, I've got to take the tally from Instagram, Facebook, and Blue Sky. So let's see. I made $1 today. That's cool. It was Miss Mayhem's dollar, so it goes a long way. He's got ridiculous musculature. Why didn't the symbiote give Spider-Man these crazy Peter Parker these crazy muscles? Inquiring minds want to know. So yeah, we're gonna do this. Do-do-do. Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch in the semifinals. These guys are the heavy hitters. They've all beaten. This was the winner of round one, beat 3 sketches. This was the winner of round two. This was the winner of round three, and that's the winner of round four. They each beat 3 other sketches. So these are the heavy hitters. Only one will walk and go to the finals. This is exciting. Vote for your favorite. No wrong answers. 1 and 3 still in the mix. 4 got a ways to go. Anything can happen. Fame says, what is sketch cover madness? Do you just take a poll? Yes, it's a poll. I broke out 64 of my favorite sketches that I did in the last year. And we did a round of 4, and you guys vote on your favorite piece. So this is the semifinals. We've already gone through 8 rounds of full color sketch battles, and these are the winners of the first 4 rounds. So this is the semifinals. Whoever wins today's uh, contest gets the most votes across my social media, goes on to the finals. You guys decide. This is my way to revisit some of the sketches I've done, and for you guys to see some of the sketches that I've done in the last year or so, in case you're not regulars. Good question, Fame. Any other questions? Who did you vote for, Fame? So, in other words, if all goes well here, this guy will be in next year's Sketch Cover Madness. And you get to pick this one over the others. Fame says, once I joined the stream, I linked it to the Facebook group I'm in and seen it's the same person. LOL. Once I joined the stream, I linked it to the Facebook group I'm in and seen it is the same person. LOL. Am I in your Facebook group? Is that what you're saying? Yes. Oh, cool. Well, thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. It's always helpful to share. Who did you vote for, dude? Which one? And thank you for sharing. Yeah, the sketchbook. I'm in a few sketchbook groups in Facebook. Um, they've got me a couple gigs, but not many. Wolverine, you voted for Wolverine. Thanks so much. There are no wrong answers, man. These are they're all 64 of them are drawings that I picked, that I liked, that I thought were worthy of the contest. And then these four in particular are all winners of their respective rounds. So these four have gone even further. It's just not. It's not just me that digs it. It's you guys here on the whatnot as well. It'd be awesome if we could hit 2,000 followers today. I'm only 12 away. So after you've voted for your favorite sketch, just make sure you go to the my profile and follow me, and then go to Instagram and follow me there. And if you're a Blue Sky person, follow me there. That would be cool. Thank you. Thanks in advance. It's hard to get an update on how many followers I have when I'm live. My laptop just doesn't seem to register DMs or additional followers or anything like that. It doesn't seem to update for some reason. Someday I'll try to figure out what's up with that too. So much else to take care of. I'm working on diligently working on Sagittarius, new zodiac Sagittarius. Although today I got nothing done thanks to Wix issues. You can follow me on joestpierre.com as well. All my social media links are on there. If you have a question, also have a store on joestpierre.com. Not everything here on Whatnot is, I'm sorry, not everything on joestpierre.com is here on Whatnot. So there's a whole bunch of extra stuff. Check out the store. Um, I believe this guy is still available in the store on my website, but he's been sold a long time ago. I've been meaning to update my website. That's the risk on the website, is that I haven't updated it. So we need to update for sure the store. If there's something you see in the store that you'd like to buy, I would say check with me here in the chat and let me know what it is. I'll let you know if it's still available, and we can go from there. Only 12 followers away. Hot 10 comics, market rebound or massive trap. Comic Tom 101, dramatic headlines. Top 10 trending comics. Publishers are moving different right now. Let's see what they have to say.
Dollars into this may be the perfect list. Only one book is over $100 and the rest can be had for $30 or less. This is a fun list. Hit the like, slap the subscribe button. The most trending comic books in the world this week. Number 10 on the list. Punisher number 3. This right here is a John Bernthal photo cover going for $15 high average sales. This came out days ago, and it should be no surprise that it did this. We got 2 weeks until Punisher 1 Last Kill. Debuts on May 12th. If there was an opportunity for Frank Castle to make an appearance in Daredevil Born Again Season 2, it's gonna happen soon. There's only been 2 other holiday specials that have premiered on Disney+. You have The Werewolf by Night, which was superb, and then you also have the Guardians Holiday Special. And that was a fan favorite among not just the comic fans, but also the mainstream. Now, the reason why this book shouldn't be a surprise to you that it's spiking for like triple cover right now is because John Bernthal has not been featured on Marvel Comics very often. In fact, the one that is kind of like the grail to get is Punisher 218, which is a double key. On one end, you have John Bernthal on the cover. But on the other end, it also is the debut of Punisher, Frank Castle, in that War Machine armor, which is brand new day spec currently. So, seeing an open-to-order book that you can get for even triple cover price seems like a good deal because that issue 218 just sold for $300 raw. Number 9, Invincible number 1, the game variant. Brand new this week, and when is the last time you could order a PlayStation game from your local comic shop? In 15 years, I don't remember it being a thing, but this book, $45 by itself, and hey, if you bought the package, it came with a PlayStation game that was playable. Season 4 of Invincible made anticipation super high, and it's really cool that they involved comic shops in this one. If you want to just buy the video game, you can go out to Target or whatever and get cover A. There's also a GameStop and an Amazon exclusive. But if you want the deluxe edition with the special comic shop only, you had to have ordered that through Lunar, through your comic shop, or been lucky enough to find it at the shop on day 1. These are already selling for over $100, and a lot of people are going to be buying these, not only for the comic book, but for the game itself. We warned them about this, Russ. Number 8 on the list, Lost Fantasy number 6. After a 300% increase in copies sold, we're seeing $12 high average sales and spiking. Because last week, Lost Fantasy.
Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch.
Number 9, the variant featuring Bomber on the cover spiked, which is propelling people to grab other covers with her on it. Fireborn released last week. It was piping hot this week. Cindy Aram kind of being channeled here from Final Fantasy in a loose homage to the character because we know that the creators of Lost Fantasy love RPG games because they've homaged so many beloved games. Now, if you want to cover with Bomber on it, you still have time and you don't have to break the bank. FOC is this Monday. Final order cutoff to secure your final, almost called it Final Fantasy, your Lost Fantasy issue number 10 variant featuring Bomber with Bazooka going up against a dinosaur on the cover. Hit comictom.com. After you've checked Google for a local comic shop near you, support your LCS first, but if you've given them multiple chances, it's not working out, or you just don't have one near you, I can be your LCS. Hit comictom.com and put your pre-orders in. We sell the books for cover price. We ship them to you in a bag and board, shipped in a custom box. And dare I say, this next book and the prior book to what's spiking on the list is some great spec for long term. We're talking number 7, Daredevil 180 freaking 4. $30 average sales,
shit.
$133 for CGC 9.8. We are seeing a 140% 47% increase in copies sold. Again, anticipation that we're going to see the Punisher showing up in the last couple episodes of Born Again. Well, it would make sense. And we've been talking about this pair, 183, 184, where it's the first time we see Punisher fighting Daredevil and Punisher and Daredevil teaming up for quite some time. This book, I personally think, is egregiously undervalued. And if you agree with me, I also want to go one extra level. There's lots of great looking copies out there, a lot of great looking raw copies, because the Frank Miller run of Daredevil, which is basically 158 to 191, is one of the best reads you're ever going to have. It was a
I
very
agree.
printed thing, and so many people have talked about Miller taking Daredevil from a low-level character that no one cared about to one of the must-reads over a period of just a couple years.
I agree.
Stick showing up, you've got Luke Cage, you've got Iron Fist,
And the inspiration for the Ninja Turtles.
So this is the type of thing that I think all of these Daredevil books are undervalued. You keep seeing them because they're perpetually relevant. They're not going anywhere. If you got a couple $100 to spend, go out and hunt this Daredevil run and thank me later.
Hit the like button for that spec advice. Frank Miller seems undervalued, underrated. Number 6 on the list. Stopper, number 1 from 2015. $15 high average sales. Increase of copies sold of 600% after the new Headlopper series debuted this past week. There's only 7 copies on the census. Last 9.8 sale sold for $26 back in December 2025. That shows you that people didn't have this saved in their eBay search listings, you know? Like, they're not being notified, if you would, if something comes up, because there's not very many of these graded. Well, the new run that debuted, I think, also shows you just how different publishers are reacting to the marketplace. Because back in 2015, there's only a cover B, and then there are 2 image firsts that came out. And those are just reprints that are really affordable. One came out in 2017, and one came out in 2024. But when you compare it to the new series that just came out, you have multiple 1 in 10s, multiple 1 in 25. You even got the I Hate Fairyland variant because it happened to come out the same month that they're doing the crossovers on the covers, which is pretty cool. I just think it's a little funny to see how stark of a difference it is.
Number 5, Absolute Wonder Woman. Number 12, this is the final page cameo of Zatanna. $12 average sales, $45.
I just read that one. That's so weird.
31% increase in copies sold this week.
Literally just read that
First full appearance
this morning.
Wonder Woman number 16, and I think this being so much earlier is why the book slid under the radar.
An increase in copies sold of 131% because issue 19 debuted last week, and issue 20 is going to FOC this Monday, which is the final arc of the season of The Witch. There are 4 different covers coming out. We have the Hayden Sherman cover A, Terry Dodson on cover B, Carl Harshal cover C, and then cover D is by Clayton Crane. That's my favorite. Let me know which is your favorite in the comments section below. And are you caught up on Absolute Wonder Woman? Because if you're not,
no.
Doug Jr.'s mustache, is it real?
It's customizing your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and saving.
Number 4, Spider-Man Noir number 1. This is the book we talked about that was over $100, but it's been on Spec Radar for years now. If you didn't have it already, you might have missed the boat. $180 average sales, $550 for the CGC 9.8. It's a 575% increase in copies sold this week because we just had another trailer for the Nicolas Cage Spider-Man Noir. Oh, I'm so excited for this series. They're going to drop all 8 episodes on May 25th, and I'm going to binge every single one of them.
Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch in the semifinals.
So pumped about this. I want to watch it.
It's free, no
I'm always
charge.
excited to watch it in black and white. I don't know why. Typically, it kind of goes the opposite for me. But as I'm watching it, every single time I see Nick Cage do something Spider-Man-esque, I can't help but laugh. But it's a good laugh. Like, I like seeing Nick Cage swinging around, but it still makes me chuckle. You know what I mean? It's weird.
No.
Now, I'm a huge fan of the Maltese Falcon. I love Casablanca. I think watching it in black and white is going to give Nick Cage to have a little bit of an opportunity to add some spice to this. But also in black and white, the fact that IMDb has listed the names of Superman, Cat Hardy, Flint Marko, and Roger Robertson. We already know there are some major Spider-Man characters that are going to be showing up in this. Something that I think people are missing entirely. Yeah, there's a newsstand version that's worth a whole bunch of it, but the B Dennis Calero variant, I think that's a deal at $250 to $290 for a 9.8. less than half of what the cover A is, and it's still a super
Dennis is
book.
my buddy.
I can't believe DC did it. Number 3 on the list. Swamp Thing
Mm.
88 from 1989. $3 high average sales on this book. Okay. 7 copies on the census. An
Mhm.
increase of copies sold of 220%. Now, maybe you can fill in the comic familia about what was going on at this time in DC history. Because, yes, you have the just total change of the Copper Age that is essentially wrapping up with this moment in time. I look at issue 88 as the start of the publishers realizing that we can't just do anything at these publishing companies.
And you have to keep in mind that Alan Moore wrote for like 40 issues before Rick Veitch took over, and Rick was doing a fantastic job with what was happening with the Swamp Thing. But his story, considered sacrilegious by some and blasphemous by some, definitely something that DC did not want to touch back in 1989. So they pretty much wrapped up the story, said, we're not going to get you to finish this, and gave it to an entirely new writer and artist.
After he quit
Yep.
in protest.
Yep.
Oh,
Now we're just going to
I
show
just
you
missed
the
this
covers for
story.
these upcoming Swamp Things. Issue number 1 came out this week. It's a mini-series I'm interested to read because
Let's hear about that Swamp Thing again.
1989. $3 high average sales on this book. Okay. 7 copies on the census. An increase of copies sold of 220%. Now, maybe you can fill in the comic familia about what was going on at this time in DC history. Because, yes, you have the just.
No one I know wants to see Spider-Man Noir. Yeah, I'm not sure either. And the prices on the.
The publishers realizing that we can't.
I saw a Spider-Man Noir go for $300 on Whatnot here, so I thought that was pretty interesting. When does it come out? Ainge wants to know. I couldn't tell you, nor do I own or subscribe to Disney Plus, so I really couldn't tell you. But I live vicariously through you whippersnappers. You guys let me know how it is, please. Anybody feel like talking about Born Again is it season 2 or part 2, or is anybody digging on that one? Daredevil, what these guys said, Daredevil 158 is not necessary. It's the first issue by Frank Miller. True. But it closes up a storyline. There's a 2 or 3-part story with the Deathstalker. It's not my favorite supervillain. And so Miller comes in at 158 and finishes up that story. But the true Miller run, you can get it because it's Frank Miller. But the true Frank Miller run starts at 159. And these are recommended reading. These are some of my favorite comics ever made right here. There's a fill-in or two in the beginning. 162 is a fill-in. 167 is kind of a fill-in. But these are outstanding comics. And like I said, the inspiration for the Ninja Turtles. So Daredevil and X-Men were the combined inspiration for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So if you read these Daredevil comics, you'll be like, oh yeah. You really, I see where they got that. So my man wants some blood and some drool and stuff and some tongue action. So here we go. It's happening. Okay, back to Swamp Thing.
And you have to keep in mind that Alan Moore wrote for like 40 issues before Rick Veitch took over, and Rick was doing a fantastic job with what was happening with the Swamp
Oh, we
Thing.
have some chat.
His
Let's see what's
story,
going on in the chat.
considered sacrilegious by some
I don't know the story. I don't have anybody have Swamp Thing 88. Donut says any new material that comes out is worth it, at least watching and then forming an opinion on it. I agree. May 25th, says Lionheart. So it'll be here before we know it. It's okay. Netflix run was better on Daredevil. I did see Netflix run. It was many years later, so I didn't quite get that. I didn't quite share in the fan excitement. I remember a scene in a hallway where Daredevil was fighting a whole bunch of dudes. That was kind of cool. And then I also remember a lot of people talking to each other, just talking about shit, and it was kind of boring. A lot of chatter.
And Blasphemous by some, definitely something that DC did not want to touch back in 1989. So they pretty much wrapped up the story, said, we're not going to get you to finish this, and gave it to an entirely new writer and artist.
After he quit.
Yep.
In protest.
Yep. Now we're just going to show you the covers of these upcoming Swamp Things. Issue number 1 came out this week. It's a mini-series I'm interested to read because this is comic book history. But issue 88 that's on the list this week, this is what replaced what was supposed to happen. That's why I think there's just a renewed interest. 220% increase in renewed interest this week.
I got my copy. Did you get yours? Like, I'm going to read it this weekend. I mean, this is some like deep cut comic lore that was like kind of fading into like rumors to a certain degree, right? Like, I feel like some people just may not have realized how much work was already done by the time that they shelved these issues.
Well, the fact that DC already came out with Robin Lives and they're going back into their archives and finding some of these things that what could have been, I really like this as an idea. Maybe not.
I'm not sure I
necessarily starting with
understand
this
it.
story,
What's
but,
going on?
Black Label, dude. I mean,
Right?
this is what it's about, right?
Absolutely.
DC ruffling some feathers, and I'm here for it. Number 2 on the list, hit the subscribe button. Daredevil Unleash Hell Red Band number 1. Now, this is wild when you really think about it, okay? $5 high average sales, $45 for CGC 9.8. We talked about some great spec opportunity, right? An increase of copies sold of 345%. Heather Glenn, who is in Daredevil
Ted.
again, season 2. She dealt with the Muse in season 1. And if you're watching this show, it is not a spoiler to suggest that it's very likely that she is going to don the Muse's mask after he traumatized her, making her the next Muse, the murderous psychopath. Now, this is what's crazy when you think about it. Back in 2025, we got Daredevil Born Again season 1, the debut of Muse for the first time on television. At this time, Daredevil is in prison. Chip Zdarsky's run, he accidentally kills somebody, goes to prison as Daredevil, wearing the mask and all of that. And Elektra takes on the mantle of Daredevil. She kind of goes full absolute, if you would. And that's why she is starring in this Red Band issue number 1. Well, during this run, 2025, while we're getting introduced at scale to Muse on television, they debut a female Muse. This may be one of the fastest from comic book to television that I've ever seen take place in comics history.
The fact that we've actually even had Kevin Feige come out and say, we're going to take a decade between some of these plot lines, this is an incredible turnaround.
Talk about affordable spec. And there are other covers to consider.
What?
And it's really hard keeping track of things like this.
What are they
because
talking
some comics
about?
have like 15, 20 different variants. Which ones are incentives? Which ones were open to order? Which ones are retailer variants? And did they make more than one version of the book? I suggest you download Key Collector Comics. Use code TOM101. You unlock a free 2-week subscription of the app. But 99% of the app is free, including everything I'm describing right now, which is just typing in a character like the Muse and seeing all the key books associated with it. And you can go one step further and type in Daredevil Unleash Hell. Look at the Red Band issue number 1. And check out the gorgeous Joshua Swaby variant.
Watch what snoring does to your brain every night. This is what a snorer's brain looks like after 10.
It's gorgeous. Hit the like and subscribe. The number 1 hottest book in the world. Did you know? Was written by freaking Matt Wagner, Russ. I did not know this morning. And it was co-written by Quentin Tarantino. How is this book only have, I'm checking it again because I don't believe it, 20 slabs on the census. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Django Zorro #1 from 2014, $25 high average sales. Last 9 8 sold for $75 in 2024. You know Zorro, you know Django Unchained. It's this character.
So I bought all of these when they came out because I'm such a huge Quentin Tarantino fan, and I didn't even know that Matt Wagner wrote this. It was a great read. I'm sure people are going to be digging through the back issue boxes because this book went from 0 to 140 miles an hour in no time. A 1,350% increase in copies sold
Wow.
this week. We have news that they are going to be making a Django Zorro movie that is a continuation of this storyline from the comic book. Now, Tarantino's not coming back to direct, but we have an Oscar-winning writer from LA Confidential who's already tied to write the script. There's a lot of great potential here.
This is one of those moments where I get to #1 on the list and I'm like, damn it, I want this book and I don't care that there's a movie coming out. And that's not a great combination, so don't overspend. I'm feeling the FOMO vibe right now, so I just want to be clear with the audience. But how do I not have these books? There's a bunch of different covers, but clearly the Jay Lee one is supreme.
Yes.
It is so damn good.
Yes.
He is the master of symmetry. So seeing Django back to back with Zorro, Django with his gun and Zorro with his sword, this is so dope. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Are you picking Django Zorro #1 up? I did not think I'd be saying that in 2026. And of course, as always,
Eat responsibly.
no said. And that's the end of the video. We do giveaways every single week, and so far we've been doing just slab giveaways. It's so much easier, right? I really like that. Juan Games is winning an.
Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch. It's free, and there are no wrong answers. Just pick your favorite.
We've already reached out to you. You want to join our SMS group, our text message group, because that's how we choose the winners of our weekly giveaways. And what do we got?
We're drawing Venom today
This Black Cat
for my man Philip.
Moko variant.
Hit comiccom.com, join the group, get some slabs, and then of course,
Oh, this is Comic Tropes After Dark. Comic store selling free comic book day book at the event. Not sure what that means, but I was at That's Entertainment in Worcester, Mass. This past Saturday, and what a blast! So cool. Sarana, who runs the store, she put together a fantastic event. It was so great. Everyone so polite, so respectful, so bright. Love the lighting in the place. It was fantastic. Everyone's so well behaved, friendly. A lot of comic fans. I guess you would imagine there would be comic fans at a comic store, right? But it was extra great, just fantastic. Sold a lot of my new Zodiacs comics, sold a lot of prints, sold a lot of Cousteau books. It's comparable to a small convention. 1 day show. Wow. Yeah, it was 1 day signing. I got a few of the free comics, but I haven't really looked at them yet. Anybody do anything cool for free comic book day? Vote for your favorite. Let me know which one you picked in the chat. It's free. No charge to give me your opinion via poll. We're drawing Venom today. Venom is sold to Philip. But if you'd like your own commission, just jump in the bin, scroll down to item 100. We also have a zombie Wolverine. This will be in next year's sketch cover madness. If you'd like to own your own zombie Wolverine, let me know. I'll run the auction. All right, where was I?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Weekly Spinner Rack. I'm your host, Chris. This is a show all about the week in comics. We're going to talk about comic book news. We're going to do some comic book reviews, including free comic book day stuff. It was kind of impressive seeing how a few of these free comics are actually going for a little bit on the secondary market. We'll talk about some of that in the news, too.
Is that fair?
You guys may know I'm a really big fan of rhymes, so I was like, news, reviews, let's throw in interviews tonight. That's why I've got my little headphone in here. So I'll tell you about my guest in a moment, but first, a very brief opening monologue. This is all based on news that came out this last week. Let's let some people filter in, and I will tell you about this. So first of all, manga and media giant Kadokawa announced they have plans to open stores across America, new stores carrying manga and Japanese products. Yeah. Fans are excited about getting exclusive Japanese merchandise, and American comic shops are excited to see what it's like for a comic to go past 6 issues.
Ba-dum-bum. There it is. That was funny.
Laugh track for that.
That was
I'm a
funny.
This one was also interesting to me. So there was a comic book store in Colorado. We'll talk about this a little more later tonight, but they were selling their free comic book day books at the event. Now, admittedly, I'm no businessman, so maybe I'm wrong on this one. But if I had to guess what fans love the most about free comic book day, it might just be the fact that they're free. All right, you're very kind to have dealt with that. Looks like some people have filtered in. Let's get started with the show. We have a guest tonight, a writer who's been in the industry over 10 years now. You've probably read a bunch of his books because he's done plenty of work at Marvel and DC on big titles like X-Men and Punisher. He's also done an awful lot in the creator-owned space with a number of books at Image. We're going to talk to him about his upcoming book, If Destruction Be Our Lot. Please, folks, give a nice warm welcome to Mr. Matthew Rosenberg. Matthew, thank you for your patience and for joining us tonight.
Thank you for not having the laugh track when I entered.
Oh, okay. I was about to cue it, but fine. You cut me off.
I'm normally when I go onto a show, there is a laugh track. People actually laugh, and
but you don't know about it.
Yeah. There's always chuckles. They're like, this guy, huh? So it's nice when it doesn't happen. I appreciate it. I feel like, oh, maybe someone respects me.
I do. No, you reached out and shared with me the first issue of this comic, If Destruction Be Our Lot. And it was sincerely how interesting it was that I was like, oh yeah, I think I'd really enjoy getting to talk to Matthew about this book. I'll tell you what, before we go too far, I'll ask you a little bit about yourself and we'll dive deeper into the comic. But since this is, a shorter, interview, maybe you could tell the audience, what's the premise of If Destruction Be Our Lot?
Sure. If Destruction Be Our Lot is an ongoing sci-fi odyssey, to use that term loosely. It's about a world where humanity has gone extinct and robots have inherited the Earth, and they are going about their routines pretty much content or even happy that we're no longer around to get in their way. All of them except for one robot, which is the animatronic Abraham Lincoln, who has escaped from a theme park. And he is convinced that he has a greater purpose in life that there is some meaning to his existence. And so this is his journey to find his purpose, make a friend, and maybe accidentally save the world in the process.
Interesting. So,
Fun
in
idea.
general, would this be a world where the robots have redefined their roles, or are they sort of purposeless? Like, what kind of a world would you say this is that Abraham Lincoln finds himself in? Robot Abraham Lincoln.
Good question.
Yeah. So no, the big thing is that they have not really redefined their roles. It's sort of a semantic hang up for Abe in the story because the bus drives its route every day, but there's no one to get on it. The breakfast robot prepares food, but there's no one to eat it. To the robots, they feel like the human interaction, the human element is tangential to their purpose. The bus's purpose is to drive its route. If people get on, cool. If they don't, also cool. It does not feel like a failure that no one has gotten on the bus in 100 years. Abe's purpose is to educate and entertain, and he does not particularly know more than any other robots. Most of the robots have access to the internet and history, so they know the history of Abraham Lincoln, and they find him annoying, so he's not entertaining to them at all. So he is slightly less purposeful than the other ones. I think he would argue that they are all missing something, but they don't see it that way.
It's an interesting idea in our world. Like, AI is being used more and more to generate, but is it really generating? And or does true purpose and idea come for people?
Sure.
Obviously, you can play with that because these are characters and stuff, but it creates an interesting world. Is this version of Abraham Lincoln, when you're writing with your brother, by the way,
yes.
but when you guys are writing Robot Abraham Lincoln, does he think? Did you try to make him talk in the voice of actual Abraham Lincoln, or is that just a piece of him?
It's just a piece of him. We went back and forth. There was a time my brother was very into having him. There was a very early version where my brother said he's only going to speak in Abraham Lincoln quotes. And I was like, that is a research nightmare, and it will be unpleasant.
And difficult.
I love that out. But what he actually is, he doesn't think he's Lincoln. He knows that he's a robot version of Lincoln. So he lapses into Lincoln quotes a lot, like speeches and talks like Lincoln. But he's very aware that he's not. And he has a very sort of dated verbiage. He has a very, dated way of speaking. But he doesn't exactly talk like Lincoln, and he doesn't try to exactly.
And I thought it was interesting. It seems as though he doesn't quite fit in, even though he's a robot, because this is a world where robots can look like just about anything, right?
Yeah.
Like they don't have to be humanoid. They don't have to be anything. It depends on their purpose or intended purpose.
Yeah, he's the only one that looks like a human left.
Yeah.
And so he is this
stands
weird,
out.
Yeah, he's this weird. He's not a human, and he knows that, but he thinks about them a lot and sort of opines for them, which the other robots do not. And he's also not a human, so he's sort of this caught between these two worlds. He's not. The robots don't like him because he reminds them of a thing they don't like, and they feel like he's pretending to be a thing he's not.
Yeah.
And he doesn't fit into any sort of human world because there isn't one left. So he's really a man out of time and place in this very sort of tragic way, and also because he thinks he's from the 1800s, sort of,
yeah. But I was listening to an interview you just did with Sketched, and if folks are intrigued by this, they did like about an hour and a half deep dive into Matthew's career in this book. A lot deeper than we're going. One thing I found fascinating that you revealed there was that you and your brother had different ideas of who the main character would be. It was not Abraham Lincoln from the beginning, correct?
So Sort of. It was Abraham Lincoln from the beginning because that was the first idea I came up with, was just this sort of idea of the animatronic Abraham Lincoln wandering the world without people. But there was no story. And once we got into the story, we had this complicated problem that I've never experienced before, which is that Abraham Lincoln is such a known figure, especially in American culture. He's such a mythic figure. He's such a, like, we could have made it a different president and no one would really have any thoughts about it.
Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch.
You don't think Buchanan or Millard Fillmore would
Yeah,
really
exactly.
like the audience?
I don't think people are gonna see Taft and be like, oh, it's this is
There's not enough movies.
Let
about
me know
bears.
who you voted for,
exactly. And so
or which sketch you voted for. I'm curious.
But like, they know a lot about it.
There are no wrong answers.
About the
They're all
Civil War, they know
pretty
about
good drawings,
emancipation, they
in my
know
opinion.
about, people know a lot about his
Your
birth,
mileage may
his
differ.
marriage, and his family, his death, all these things. But more than that, like, they know about these things that, Honest Abe. People talk about Honest Abe. They know that he was a person who really carried the weight of the division of the country on his back. He really felt a great empathy for people and a great darkness with the war. He really felt like the weight of that on him, and so we ended up with this problem of having a character who comes with all this metaphor and baggage attached to him before we started the book.
Yeah.
And that is really a weird problem to have. And so we spent a long time, months and months, trying to figure out how to remove the metaphor. And the obvious answer was, don't make it Abe Lincoln. And so, yeah, we spent months shooting emails, me and my brother Andy, of different people it could be. Everyone from real life, current people, to historical figures, to fictional figures, to non-existent, our own creations. There was just hundreds, maybe 1,000 different names thrown about, and no one worked quite the same.
I heard you mention in the sketch interview Mr. Met at one point, but would that have ever been something you guys could have found a way to actually put on covers and stuff like that?
No, we would have gotten sued to death, I think. Yeah. A lot of the early thing was, we were like, well, let's not worry about the legality. Let's try and figure out what's the most interesting idea. Yeah, what works best for us, and then we'll figure out if there's a way to do it anyway. And luckily, Abraham Lincoln is public domain, so he worked best, and we were happy when we found out that we don't need to get anyone to sign a copyright lease or anything like that.
The estate of Lincoln didn't come after you right away.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because people immediately think, when they see animatronic Abraham Lincoln, of the animatronic Abraham Lincoln from the Hall of Presidents in Disney World, and we're very quick to be like, he's not that Abraham Lincoln. He's a different Lincoln from a different theme park, which is a thing that could happen.
Theoretically. Hey, this is in the future. Who knows what the future may hold?
There was a joke that we did very early on that we abandoned, but we wanted to show where he was from, and I thought in the future people will care so little about the presidency that they will be putting other people in the Hall of Presidents, and we would make it the Hall of Presidents and Rappers, and so it'd be Lincoln and all these rappers.
That's great.
Because you at one point even considered Tupac.
That's
right?
great.
Tupac was in there. Yeah, that was from the same thing of wouldn't it be amazing if at the end of the book he shows up and he looks up and it's the Hall of Presidents and Rappers, and he goes in and you're expecting to see George Washington and whoever, Andrew Jefferson, and it's Tupac and Biggie and Kendrick Lamar. We thought that was the funniest thing.
That's funny.
We're not going to do that, but it definitely was discussed.
Good idea, though. Fun.
Especially with your Image comics, some really evocative titles, right? Kind of long titles, and this one is no exception. This. Let me add it back. If destruction be our lot.
Yes.
That's a long title.
Interesting title. For people who may not know, let me just talk real quick, and I'll hand the floor back to you. But I find,
is that a Lincoln quote?
Lyceum address a fascinating speech. This is where he said, folks, if destruction be our lot.
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
Sounds like a Lincoln quote.
If destruction be our lot was a 28-year-old Lincoln talking about how America would not be destroyed by outside forces. It was only if it was going to be destroyed, it could come from within
Mhm.
by people that disrespected the rule of law, which Lincoln had a lot of respect for, of course, as a lawyer. It's a fascinating speech, very poetic, really. More poetic than just about anything else he wrote, in my opinion. But at what point did you decide that that was something that was going to be relevant to the story? Now that I've given my viewers just a tiny bit of background on the speech.
Sure, yeah. The Lyceum Address is, yes, it's I would argue maybe his best speech.
Yeah.
It's the speech that sort of put him on the national stage. It's his first speech that was sort of reprinted in national outlets, papers, and whatnot. It's a very powerful speech, and I love it. The idea of using the speech, we went over a lot of his quotes and a lot of titles, and also a lot of stuff that wasn't his speeches. We were going back and forth on whether we wanted a Lincoln quote. And we went back, we kept being like, well, he's one of the great speechwriters and orators of the English language, so it seems weird to not
Right.
give him the floor on the book about him. But we did definitely play with it. The book, as we went, like discussing what we were talking about before, of the metaphor and the inherent metaphor, I think that some of the stuff we play with in the book, and I say this, I will say the caveat beforehand that the book is jokes and is funny and
Sure.
has humor and heart in it, but it also deals with the idea of loneliness and isolation. And that's something that we spent a lot of time sort of thinking and ruminating on. And the loneliness that Lincoln feels is not a loneliness because he's not around anyone else. It's a loneliness because he has no connection to the people around him or the robots around him. And
that's a real thing that I think we can all relate to at some point in our day.
Donuts asked if I have watched Craven on Netflix. I have not. I know it's available on DVD because I've seen it, but I just haven't drummed up the interest. I finally got around to seeing it. It was pretty good, in my opinion. No kidding. It was good. Wow. Yeah, okay. You just bumped it up on my priorities list. Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing. Craven, never one of my favorite characters from comics, even, but he kind of looked weird to me. Also, didn't feel like a proper. There's some Spider-Man villains that feel like Spidey could take care of them pretty quickly, you know, like the Kingpin or the Vulture. So you got to do things to kind of make them more threatening. Like, for instance, Craven and the Vulture actually teamed up for a while there. And that seems like a sound idea. Craven was in the Sinister Six with the Vulture. That seemed like a sound idea. More than one of these characters together would be a threat. But Craven himself, for me, he's a hard sell to make him a credible threat to Spider-Man. That's my opinion. Vulture is another one. Just an old man with wings, man. Spidey would take care of that pretty quick. Kingpin. I'm not sure how the Kingpin is a threat to Spider-Man physically. I mean, he's got other resources that make him a threat. I remember reading, I think it was the official handbook of the Marvel Universe, that suggested that Spidey was always pulling his punches when he fought the Kingpin because he was afraid he would probably kill him, which I think he can. I don't think the Kingpin has superhuman strength, at least not to the level that Spider-Man does. But I haven't read a Kingpin comic in a long time. I can definitely see how he would be a problem for Daredevil. Back to the podcast.
For a person in the desert. And I think, as someone who grew up in New York City, I see a lot of loneliness every day on crowded streets.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a very real thing that is a very real problem. I think most of the problems we face in the 21st century, late 20th century, can be chalked up to a very simple idea, and that idea is that it is profitable and beneficial for a few people to separate people, divide people, and isolate people. I think that there are a lot of industries built on making us not connect to our neighbors, not feel like part of a community, not have empathy with people who are not having exactly the same experiences with us. And Lincoln's Lyceum address, to me, is in a very real way almost about that as well. It's about this idea, he holds this idea of democracy to be so important, a God-given idea to us, that we will protect each other and be a community that knows what's best for itself. We will govern ourselves because obviously you care about your neighbor, you care about the person you don't know, and you're going to vote and do what you can to take care of them.
Yeah, it's a beautiful idea.
It's a beautiful idea. It's the basis of democracy, that the mass population will work to the benefit of those who need it.
Right.
I think we are seeing right now around the world, and we do from time to time, that is not always going to be the way.
No.
That there are people who are selling the idea of divisions, turning people against each other. And I don't want to be hyperbolic, and I don't want to get too political on it, but we're in a very divided time in this country. The similar type of divide that Lincoln was seeing and talking about. And I think a lot of that is because people don't have empathy. And whether you're talking about empathy of people who are coming here as refugees, or empathy of people who live halfway around the world and we view them as enemies for whatever reason, or empathy to just people in a different part of the country that you live in. I think we have a really hard time doing those things, and it is challenging the fabric of democracy. Like, I think wherever you land on the political spectrum, you would be hard pressed to say that the tenets of democracy are not currently being attacked. And I think a lot of that essentially boils down to loneliness and isolation. And so that was what Lincoln talked about. That's what our Lincoln is dealing with. That's the connective tissue for me.
That makes sense. I think that's sometimes when stories work best is when you can just find that element that connects us. You know, that thing that tells what the human condition is. And sometimes that's feeling lonely, even if you're surrounded by people. The idea to transport it onto, a science fiction setting where you can also have a breakfast making robot is a lot of fun. It keeps it from getting too serious.
Yeah. We have the heavy metaphors about loneliness and isolation and community, but also we have Lincoln gets hit in the head with a wrench, and it's funny.
Right.
We're trying to do both.
And I understand that you and artist Andy McDonald and your brother, the whole creative team, I should say, you've been working on this for a while, right? To get ahead and be able to have a lot of issues just in the can at this point.
Yeah, we've been working on it. I say when we started working on it, and it sounds crazier than it is. In some form or another, we've been working on it for 6 years. That does not mean that it's been a full-time job for any of us, anything close to a full-time job. But it has been an idea that we've all been excited about for 6 years. But it has been a full-time job for us for a while. We're actually, I don't know. I tell this, and people who don't know how comics are made, it doesn't sound like anything. But normally a comic, especially an indie comic where there's not a big corporation backing it and funding it, you're usually 2 or 3 issues ahead. So when issue 1 is out, you're working on issue 4, maybe. we're on issue. Andy's drawn issue 11, and we're writing issue 13 now.
That's
so
incredible.
we're in the third trade paperback. So we're in our second
Great.
year of the book. For a lot of different reasons, but yeah.
I wanted to mention that because honestly, to me, that really shows a confidence in the idea on you guys' part. You've been doing comics for a long time. You do know you understand the risks as well as anyone. But to make that commitment, you're like, yes, I believe in this idea. I'm going to fund this idea, and we're going to just, obviously hope that it catches on. To be fair, I do see a lot of smart people in the industry trying to do this when they can afford to. I think Robert Kirkman has been doing this with a lot of his books, like at least a year and a half ahead. Rick Remender, I know for a fact that he does stuff well in advance. I'm trying to think. There's some other guys that I can mention, but Ed Brubaker and Sean Phillips. They wait until they've got 6 issues essentially and put it out as a hardcover. It's amazing, but it's a risk because we're built in an environment to get sort of like a monthly income stream, and so I just want to say, like, it's really impressive that you guys have been working on this for so long.
Yeah, I mean, you said
it's a real confidence.
You said confidence.
I think so.
The other answer to that is an incredible amount of hubris, but
maybe
either way, my feeling is I've been very fortunate in my career, and DC took really good care of me, and my indie books have been done well enough that I can. People show up, whether it's because my name's on it or in spite of it. I'm very appreciative, and it's allowed me to take risks. Is it a smart business decision to work this far ahead? No. Is it creatively smart? Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
We are.
You're committing.
We're committing. We're making a more interesting and better book. That is a big part of it, is that we are trying to take that time not to just work at the same pace, but like we're rearranging things and changing things as they go, which isn't a luxury you'd have. When you write in issue 7, you can't be like, actually, this character should appear in the first issue, because the first issue is already bagged and boarded and in people's long boxes by that point. But it also means that Andy and Francesco and those guys are taking the time to be like, well, I want to actually take 2 pages on this, or I want to take a day and design this character, and not just design them on the page as I go. And I think people will, as they go and see the book, will see it. Andy said a thing to me very early on when we talked about this model. I said, like, look, I'm just going to finance this. I have some money in the bank, and it's not a good business decision. But if I was into good business decisions, I wouldn't be a comic reader. I want to make
Bingo
comics. So it's a cool comic making decision.
Yeah.
And he said something which really clicked with me. He said, so many comics, and we both understood why when he said it. He said, so many comics are front loaded. They want to sell, like, the first issue is often the pitch that they pitched a publisher on. It's got all the big ideas. It's where the most readers will be. Your first issue sells the best. The artist team takes the longest on it. They put the most bang into the first issue. And he said, and I get that. And I said, yeah. And he said, but it means that you get this dwindling thing in a book. You find out at the end of the first issue what's supposed to happen, and then for the next 4 issues, 5 issues, it's just that happening. And he challenged me and himself to say, let's not do that. Let's try and make this book change and evolve and be bigger and crazier and better as it goes. And so that's our goal.
I got some questions about that.
Yes.
Like, first, some kind of little ones with a bigger follow-up. But first of all, this is like something like 48 pages, right?
Yes.
The first issue?
Yeah.
I think that's smart. It allows you to get a little bit more of that pilot, a lot of that, some of that setup out in front of an audience instead of having to divide some of that groundwork.
For sure.
But it is still just going to be $4.99 this week when it comes out, right?
Yes, it's $4.99, which is
these days pretty good value.
The price of a Marvel book.
We had a second piece to it, and that is, so you've got a really big idea here. I think we've established a little bit of that. Second small.
Don't forget, vote for your favorite sketch.
Yeah.
It's a tight race for second place.
So my final part to tie all this in. Your brother hasn't worked in comics before. He's a filmmaker. He's a director and writes screenplays and stuff like that. how much of when you guys were coming up with this idea, I assume at some point you may have considered it as a movie or something.
Mhm.
What made you say no? The medium where it will work is going to be a comic.
So that's actually complicated.
Okay.
We wanted to make something together. He wanted to make a movie, and I wanted to make a comic.
Mhm.
I love movies, but I think comics. I prefer the medium of comics. I think comics is a better medium.
This guy, I like this guy.
He likes comics, but prefers movies or television. He thinks it's a better medium. So we went back and forth. I won that argument, probably because I was writing the checks, but I did. So yeah, it that was it. That was the end of it to a degree. What ended up happening though was very early on. We had this idea that I would be more taking the reins on the comic, and he would simultaneously be writing an adaptation, like a screenplay of it, and we would sort of work in tandem. And that was the initial idea, was to like have it come out and have a screenplay ready. And what we ended up doing a lot was talking. This is years ago. We ended up talking a lot about how to do it. My brother is a very good director and has made film and TV, but he's not someone that anyone is going to give a $150, $200 million movie to. He just doesn't have the resume to get that right now. As happens. Yeah, you build up that. He's done a $5 million movie or whatever. And so we were talking about scaling the book to be a version that could easily translate to a still sci-fi and still these ideas, but have it be scaled to a filmable movie, to an attainable goal. And so that was an early version of just like, well, how could the world building be smaller, and how could we do these things? And we had all these stylistic ideas and notes that I think were really cool, and I really was in favor of. And then I just hit a point. We hit a point where he was getting pulled more into writing the comic, and I was like, yeah, just write the comic and we'll both do the screenplay later, or you can do it without me or whatever. And so we came on, and then when we were all making the comic, I just said, like, look, the value we have in comics is that it costs the same to blow up the earth as it does to have two people have drinks at a coffee shop. Like, it's literally just what you pay.
I'm sure Andy, the artist, loved hearing that. He's like, "Well, it takes me a little more time."
Yeah. Honestly, it probably takes them more time to build a coffee shop. But there's not a lot of stuff in space to draw.
I get it. And to your point, yes, like drawing is not the same as scaling it up with CG team to like come up with 50 different robots for one scene.
100%. And I said, we're sort of tying our hands here on this project for the potential of another project. And I said, that's just stupid creatively. Like, let's make this as big and crazy as we want, and then figure out the version of it that's scalable, that you could make in a $30 million movie or a TV series.
Right.
And so that is how it stepped away from being more of a being in two mediums. It's sort of we want to go back and talk about it for film and TV. I'm sure we will. But
then you'd be starting a little bit fresh and saying, how do we make it for that medium?
Yes. No.
You decided we are going to make it for the medium of comics first.
Yes, 100%. Which is, I think there's a thing, not to speak ill of other mediums. There's a real lack of vision in some of the Hollywood people I talk to sometimes, where they go, well, this is a period piece and that's expensive. And I go, so write the screenplay not as a period piece, or like, this is this. I think people very much see a comic and think it's a storyboard, and they're like, oh, well, this would be expensive. And those are people without vision. Those are people who maybe shouldn't be in creative roles, who can't understand that different mediums work different ways, and you can adapt.
Bingo.
No, it's fair. It's fair. I think because we love comics, we see, look, you can do cinematic stuff. It's a visual medium.
Yeah.
You can get internal as well, just like you can with like a novel or something like that. You can like really understand a character so well.
Yeah.
And it forces you to be efficient too. It forces you to be efficient and with a scene and with dialogue.
Yeah, it's a very I love comics because of the guardrails, because
Yeah.
how much you can put on a page, how much you can put in an issue, like all those things force you to be a tighter writer, which I think is always good. I think you know the most important skill in writing is editing, self-editing, is knowing what to cut. And comics is throwing you in the deep end of the pool of that. If you I think a lot of people, if you put them down to write a novel, put them in front of a computer to write a novel, they're going to meander and wander in ways that are not healthy and not.
Yeah.
Comics makes you distill everything to what is essential to making me love this story and love these characters and understand this world, and that's a great skill set to have.
Mm-hmm.
I think it sounds really exciting. I just want to point out to people again that it comes out this Wednesday in comic book stores. If Destruction Be Our Lot, Rosenberg, McDonald, and you guys, the colorist and the letterer was who? Again?
Francesco Segala is a colorist who's amazing. By issue 3, he's doing things that I think I don't put a lot of value in awards for arts, but I think if they're going to give awards for coloring, like he is definitely
Very good.
should be in the conversation. And Hassan Othman El House, our letterer, who is the best in the business.
No question. Congratulations on assembling this team. I'm excited. I really hope that my audience considers checking it out this week. And thank you for giving us some insight into your creative process and in this book specifically.
I would check that out.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Well, have a great night, and thank you very much again.
Yeah, take care.
You too. Take care. All right, folks. I hope you enjoyed that. I did. I think that this book has a lot to offer.
He won me with he thinks comics is a better medium than movies. I totally agree with that.
I was sharing there. But it does have action, it does have humor, and it sincerely has some big ideas at its center, which I think makes it very valuable these days. Big ideas count for an awful lot in comics. Thank you all for watching. Hold on, I just paused myself, didn't I? There we go. Excuse me. I wanted to acknowledge, thank you, Sigma Comics, just returning from a long convention trip to El Paso, all the way from New York. Such a great treat to come home to your show. Thank you so much, Sigma. I really appreciate the kind words and the support. That's amazing. I hope you had a great trip. Sounds awesome. I hope you got some really great food. It really sounds interesting to me, Mike, and the world seems very big with what he can explore, with what's set up in this issue. That was a lot of fun.
Today's episode brought to you by Nature's Bakery. These are tasty. Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch in today's semifinals, round number 1.
The story of the century here. Put it out on the front page. Cash money for a picture of Spider-Man. He doesn't want to be famous, and I'll make him infamous.
Hi guys, this is April O'Neil from Channel 6 News, and I am here in beautiful New York City.
Sorry, all right, let's get into the news. Let me rejigger my layout just a little bit here, and here we go. First up, I don't know how many of you guys got to see this, but Marvel was not at all subtle about what they're doing in Spider-Man. Hey, Steve, don't know if you caught that. That was a fellow New Yorker that I just had, Matthew Rosenberg, and he did at one point consider having Mr. Met as the main character in the book. So if you didn't catch it all, I think you in particular might want to rewind and watch that at some point. Anyway, thank you for the support. Thank you. I love that people know to tell Steve because they all know that he's a fan of the Mets. Oh, you don't have to rewind, Mike. For you, I'll do it again. Or I could say that I made a coffee. It's not quite as memorable. All right.
Excuse me?
Let me jump into this Spider-Man news. So, Marvel has teased what their big plan is for the upcoming Amazing Spider-Man number 1000. That's a huge number. That is a number that, you don't come across every day. But apparently they're coming up on 1,000 issues. Who knows how they number things when they restart it all. I know you hate it, Jeannie. That's my sister. A lot of people love it. Anyway, so here's their big plan. It isn't like a new story arc where, Spider-Man starts a new chapter in his life with like a new job or a new direction, or gets a brand new big enemy that seems, interesting. No, it's a secret family member. We're leaning into the soap opera stuff. We're leaning into this. So specifically, Marvel posted these panels this week to their social media accounts. They also had this in their free or comics giveaway day, as they call it, book. And here's what it implies. Oh, you were there. You were there. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Exactly. It's hard to consider how you get to 1,000, but somebody, I think, has a job doing that. And Ken Dog, I'll get to your point. So, this is stuff that Marvel is...
Oh, snap.
they're
I think
trying
this
to
is
say.
my piece.
What is it? It's a secret family.
Are you Philip?
Apparently, a man that is currently...
Here for comics. Are you Philip?
Brain, he's done like a DNA test, and he's found out that he is he's biologically related to someone with the last name Parker. If you're not reading the book, the reason he even looked into this is there's a villain out there. And I kind of like the idea of this villain, Torment, that, like, they see, it's a serial killer villain that, like, sees things in a spiral, and they try to kill off family members from, like, most distant to...
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Finishing off
This is your baby. And you can watch it from the beginning on YouTube.
Peter Parker, however distantly. And so, like, when Peter saved this guy,
It's got your name on it.
Heard that was what Torment was doing. He decided to do a DNA test. Okay. I like this. Yes, the twist is that Thor is Peter's dad. I would do that. Anyway, he's likely a cousin if they're going to say the last name is Parker. Because I don't think, I don't know. Parker was the name of what? The two brothers, right? Richard and Ben, Uncle Ben, and Peter's father is Richard, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the only other one that would have the last name Parker would be if May was already married to him, like May Parker. I don't know. Fan reactions, I would say, are kind of muted. Because Marvel already sort of tried this and then bailed on it. Back in 2016, they introduced the idea that Peter had a biological sister, that Richard and Mary Parker had another kid that was given up for adoption instead of given to Uncle Ben and Aunt May.
Oh, that's cold.
But they kind of bailed on that idea, and they haven't used her since 2021. One of the writers also introduced plenty of doubt as to whether she actually was the biological daughter. Like, Chameleon had this whole thing like, oh, who knows? You might be, the daughter of some people pretending to be Mary and Richard Parker. What? Oh my God. But yeah,
Yuck.
Exactly. You forgot about Teresa because Marvel didn't commit to the idea, which and this is not that different. I mean, obviously, Mr. Crane may have a different set of motivations and a different, personality than Teresa, but the idea of giving Peter a new family member, a secret family member, I'm not...
You killed the layout. I'm glad. I'm glad you like it.
I'm not convinced that's a great idea.
Thank you for your suggestion. You kind of narrowed me down.
It didn't really go anywhere.
You narrowed me down to an area that I could kind of riff off of.
That's like 5 years ago, if I'm remembering right. Anyway, that's what they seem to be building up to. Maybe there's a twist. Maybe there's something very
I was saying before I was eating my fig bars that a lot of clients come to me with their commissions, and I always ask them, what they're thinking, what they'd like to see, because just giving me a single character or a single scenario to illustrate, I probably come up with a million ideas, and I guarantee you will hate, not just not like, but hate 999,990 of them. And 10 of them you'd probably like, or 9 of those you'd probably like a lot, and one of them would be like, oh, that's awesome. So it's always helpful to give me an area to start with, and then I'll go bananas from there.
interesting about Mr. Crane. I don't know. But to lean into the soap opera elements and sort of have it be like something that they've done before just isn't that exciting to me.
I'm having some trouble with my whatnot.
Piece of Marvel
Hold on a
news
second.
that I was kind of surprised by is that there's a place called Luminate which tracks streaming numbers. I don't quite understand their methodology, to be fair, but whatever it is, presumably it's consistent with season 1 and season 2 of Daredevil Born Again. And what they've seen is that season 2's viewership is actually way down from season 1. And I gotta say, I really like season 2.
Is it too late to add the gray scaling 3D effect
Daredevil Born Again season 2
that we discussed? No, it is not too late at all.
Keep this in mind.
This is a good time to do it, actually. And if you wanted to do that on Whatnot, you would go to the Buy It Now section. Wow, I'm really having some hard time with Whatnot. Hold on a second, but I can't see my Whatnot page right now. But ideally, you should be able to go to the Buy It Now, scroll to the 100 section, and either 103, 104, 105 would be an add-on for color. And that way, that should take care of postage as well. Unless you don't want me to send this. Oh, wow, we got a lot to chat about. It's not too late, but how we pay for it that would be the issue. So if you want to do it by the PayPal, we could do that. I'm not sure what's going on right now with my computer. I'm going to shut my computer off completely. Hopefully that doesn't affect my phone. So stand by. The computer is really misbehaving right now. I pay the same way as before. That's fine. Totally cool. Bear with me while I restart my computer. Yeah, even though we're adding grays and gray tones and stuff like that, I'm using the same tools that I would use for color. So it's technically the same as color. It's just a red. We're choosing colors that are kind of gray, like black and white tones. Looks good. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. Wow. Hmm. A lot of trouble today. I'm having a tech. I'm having a tech. How do you say this? I'm having a tech shit day. That's basically the way to say it. A lot of trouble with Wix today. Wix led to a problem with Verizon. 2.5 hours at the table to find out it was something that I had done, which I had no intention of doing. And now we've got a whatnot on my laptop, which is just not making any sense. Stand by. Stand by, please. Open show. Let's see what happens. They visibly changed I can tell that they changed the format on my laptop, whatnot did, because it's visibly different. So a lot of things, a lot of there are a lot of graphic features on the whatnot uh, on my whatnot streaming page that look different. So I know they did something weird. So it looks like plenty of behind the scenes software code is messing around with my computer. Appreciate your dope work. Thank you. Daytona in the house, VIP Daytona. Daytona, who'd you vote for? Here for comics, let me know who you voted for too, please. Just curious. If you want to keep it secret, keep your voting private, I understand, but I'm just curious. And don't forget to follow me here. I'm only 12. I'm only 12 followers short of 2,000. Can we get to 2,000 today? That would be so badass. Okay. I usually erase at this point, but I started to shade some areas that I want to knock down. I want to lock down, and then once I've done that, I'll erase. I'll erase the pencil lines. so that I don't smudge a lot of the ink. A lot of times, certain paper, the ink doesn't sit properly in the paper fibers, so you pass an eraser around it. A lot of times, the eraser will pick up some of the ink. So I like to do this part of the process after I've erased, but there's some areas that I just want to make sure I'm marking for my record, for my brain record, for my memory, that certain areas that are going to be black. And Venom's mostly black, so the webbing that he's shooting hopefully will stand off from Venom's black shapes. Yeah, I know. Here for comics, we've talked about possibly having this graded, right? So it probably wouldn't be a good idea to buy something here on Whatnot. Whatnot giving me gives me flack whenever I'm more than 2 days late. Somebody bought something a couple days ago, which is in between my shows. I'm not always used to checking my Whatnot sales in between shows, so I missed the sale a couple days ago. Got it out yesterday, but I'll probably get dinged by Whatnot for being more than 2 days behind sending it out. I'm gonna get dinged. Who cares? Who cares? There we go. I think that's all I need. Let's get it. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Open show. Let's give it a try. Ta-da! Okay, this is looking a little better. Here for comics, voted for Wolverine. Thank you. Yeah, that Wolverine's pretty cool. Anybody's race. I'm still probably at least an hour away from signing off. So anybody could win, but it is a tight race for second. That's for sure. All right, let me erase this. And we'll come in with some more black. And then we'll color. What's SW Day mean? All right. Eraser. Whenever I play music on the stream, YouTube flags me, so that's why there's no music. But I'm playing a podcast about comics. Maybe that'll be better for everybody.
And then they've got like they track these things by hours and minutes. Okay, whatever. Just you can look at these numbers. But here's the numbers for season 1. Almost twice. Almost twice. This is down. I want to say something like 60%, which is just wild. But I think what that would indicate is, well, actually, let me give one more piece of data before I give what I think it will be. And let me acknowledge this real quick. By the way, Eric Carle, our author of Hungry Caterpillar, I'm Always Hungry, and other children's books, was born in Syracuse, New York. You are a good mascot for New York. You are a good mascot. It's an interesting idea. Is it like due to price increases? I don't think that the amount of people subscribing has necessarily. I've seen no data to indicate that that has gone down significantly. To be clear, the number of people that use Disney Plus, similar to something like Paramount Plus or something. Anyway, most of these things, Apple, it's nowhere close to Netflix. Netflix is like Netflix dwarfs even like HBO Max and Hulu and stuff. It's just massive. But here's my last data. Critical reviews are actually up. Although fairly close. Season 1 had an average of 87% positive on Rotten Tomatoes, which is a very high number for a show like this. Season 2, 89%.
Yeah, but isn't that number a year old? Isn't that a cumulative number of hits on a show? The first season of Born Again is over a year ago, right? So isn't that a cumulative number? So the streams on a brand new show can't possibly be near what a year old show is. No? Am I misunderstanding that?
That was what I got from today. So if the critical reaction is slightly more positive for season 2, but the viewership is significantly down, and we're not saying that there's anything happening with the actual platform itself, I would say a lot of people watched season 1 and just were underwhelmed with it, and so they haven't bothered to watch it. I'll give this one caveat. Not everybody watches streaming right away.
Thank you.
Like this is coming out weekly. What if we looked at this data in one more month? When
Look at it in a year.
Maybe some people are planning on binging it. I just want to put that out there as a possibility. I don't know.
Look at those numbers in a year and then compare those numbers to the first season now. That's how you do it. Come on now. Come on now. Use your brain. Brain power.
But that is a significant drop. That is a significant drop.
Misreading numbers.
Don't let that intimidate you from watching it if you haven't tried it already. I think it's pretty darn cool. I don't know if it's flawless or anything, or even honestly the best thing that Disney Plus has done. It's far from the worst. That would definitely be Secret Invasion, hands down. Secret Invasion was garbage.
Math is a problem for most.
If I could vote in New York, yes, you should run for governor. You seem like a positive person.
Yeah, it doesn't say.
Anyway,
it does not say in the graphic that this guy is providing. It doesn't say that he's comparing season 1 first week to season 2 first week. The numbers. Oh no, it does say in the same time frame. I stand corrected. generated this many hours watch in the same time frame. Okay. Scratch my butt and call me gassy. It looks like these are comparable numbers. Okay, good to know.
That's
I'm the guy
that's
with
just
the
something I
math
wanted to
problem.
share. Is that the viewership is way down for season 2? I don't think season 2 is at all bad. I think it's really pretty darn good. That's true. A lot of people did say that they were dumping Disney, but we don't actually have any data that it was like that it actually really happened, or that it happened and people didn't go back.
I
So
never shared this.
Yeah, a lot of people saying that people
I
canceled.
never shared this need for. I have to see this immediately. I haven't felt like that since I was a kid. I have to have this immediately. I have no impulse control. So I have plenty of impulse control when it comes to subscribing to television that I've already pay enough for. So what we do is we wait for the various shows to come out on DVD. The library in my area, Danvers, Mass, is quite great. They order a lot of stuff, and then it's like old school. Going to the video store, we'll go check out the videos on the shelves and see what we like, or I will go on the website and I'll specifically order it, and then it shows up at the library. I go and pick it up. It's a little bit like old school video VHS stores. Remember those? Friday nights at Blockbuster Video, checking out the new releases. That was a long time ago, wasn't it? So we saw Daredevil, Netflix Daredevil, maybe about 3 years after it came out. I just saw Falcon and the Winter Soldier about a month or two ago. And I had already seen the Captain America movie with the Red Hulk. And Yawn Fest, man. They got to get some writers. They got to get some writers over at Marvel. Nobody's more horny for Sam Wilson than me. I love that character. He kind of came into his own. He was Captain America's partner when I first got into comics, and so I have a great fondness for the Falcon. Since I'm a kid. So, I want to see the Falcon done right in the movies and in TV and all that shit. But I couldn't tell you much about Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I'm sorry to say. I know I saw it. Same with the Red Hulk movie. I know I saw it, but I couldn't tell you too much about it. It's kind of in one ear, out the other. I think a good story is what keeps me interested in watching something, or certainly in retaining interest. I suppose if the Captain America movie was the first thing I'd ever seen as an example of a movie, I might have a different reaction, but it's not my first movie. So it felt like it was written by multiple people at different moments in time. So they're trying to do different ideas and not sticking with the overall storyline. I don't know. That was my take. It's like they changed the story in mid script and kept some scenes and rewrote some others. And so it had a very choppy kind of vibe, didn't feel cohesive. But there are a lot of movies like that for me. X-Men 2, which a lot of people love, is just an utter piece of garbage to me. Let's move on. Let's see. Daredevil looking good. He's in a red costume.
Disney Plus when ABC temporarily
Gotta get
fired
back to
Jimmy
work.
Kimmel.
Thanks again
Like,
for
that
your
was to
magic
avoid
on this.
pressures.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, I always appreciate a like. That helps the channel a lot. If you've got 2 seconds to just hit that like button, I'd appreciate it. No, I didn't see that Owen was planning on doing that. I feel like I've looked at it and I haven't figured out a way to crack. Excuse me, I hiccuped. I haven't figured out a way to crack making that interesting because it's just so depressing to me. But good for Owen. Oh, a follow up from a piece of news from last week. I think it's positive news. So last week I reported on how the crowdfunded art book for George Pratt, who's done a lot of comic book work, seemed to be falling apart last minute because Pratt, the artist, and the publisher, Joel Meadows, were basically having this public spat all of a sudden, each accusing the other of misappropriating funds that were gathered for the Kickstarter. But things have turned around this week. Pratt wired the $20,000 that he had been paid for this. He had he wired the $20,000 back to the publisher so that they could do the refunds they said they were being held up on doing. They were like, oh well, Pratt demanded, 40% of the money or something. So there's nothing we can do yet. Well, he wired it back, and so now the publisher's like, well, then we can probably actually publish the book after all, which I hope for the people that supported it happens. Look at these gorgeous pieces of Sandman and Wolverine. Just awesome. Great artist. Anyway, publisher Joel Meadows says that if Pratt sends the high-res images, they can definitely print the book. The only thing that's weird is I went to the Kickstarter to see updates and see comments and stuff to try to understand more for this news story. And like every comment from the last week is just showing as deleted, which makes, any real clarification or transparency on this project very confusing.
That's too bad.
I hope for everybody's sake that it does happen. Good luck. That was definitely disappointing. It would not be where I would.
Anybody in the chat? Nobody, not many people in the chat, I imagine, but anyone in the chat? Yeah, just me and one other person, probably Ange. But I wonder if there's anybody out there who has contributed to Rob Liefeld's Kickstarters. Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch. It's the semifinals. These are the biggest of the first four, the winners of their respective rounds. So vote for your favorite. Only one will rise to the finals. Look at that. Nice. Tight squeeze there at second place.
Cut people, but Disney as a business says that they needed to make, cuts. So I don't know.
Yeah, fuck Disney.
I'm not going to read that because to me, I know they've said that it isn't, but to me it looks like they use generative AI in the art. So I don't want to read that. Moving on. This one kind of cracks me up, folks. Let me share. So, a group of thieves, I believe 3 people, was caught within hours, something like within 16 hours of breaking into a Houston comic book store. This is them breaking in. This is them getting arrested. The burglars were caught on security cameras stealing over $4,000 worth of comics. I saw one report that claimed $10,000. I don't know which is accurate because they didn't have a full listing of the books. But a lot of comics, graded comics too, were stolen from Texas Time Warp Collectibles in the Houston area. The owner of Time Warp posted the video, the security camera video of the people stealing, and he notified people in the area. He's like, "Hey, here are some of the books that I had stolen. Here are images of the books. Here's the video. Just be on the lookout." But I don't think they expected things to happen this fast. The owner of the Comic Vault, another comic book store, was contacted the very next morning by someone offering to sell comics. The list of them sounded familiar because he'd read the post. He asked for photos, and after the photos were shared, he was like, "Yeah, that's the same serial number, for instance, on this graded copy of Spawn." So he's like, "Yeah, I'll buy them. Come on in." And of course, the police were waiting.
Nice.
3 people were arrested. 2 trying to sell the comics. Quiet, Jackie. 2 trying to sell the comics, and a 3rd, alleged to be a getaway driver, was hanging out at apparently a nearby burger place. The district attorney has accepted felony theft charges against the 2 that were arrested. The 3rd suspect is charged with failure to identify. Exactly right, Mike. The community came together and just they were like, "I'm Batman," and solved it. That's really cool. Yeah. Bad news, the comic industry is small. Good news, the comic industry is very small.
It's tight.
My buddy Ken's in that movie, so I like that one. Anyway, yeah, this is one case where slabbing the comics worked because it had a serial number. So anyway, I just think that's kind of funny that these people were like, "Okay, we stole it today. We're gonna sell it tomorrow, and no one's gonna notice." Not great. It is interesting that they sort of knew what they were going for and that it was comics. I don't know. Let's see. Believe it or not, that's how my old bookstore caught a bunch of thieves too. Nice. I just got a kick out of how fast they got themselves caught. Let's talk about what I put in the thumbnail. So this weekend was, of course, Free Comic Book Day. And one of the most in-demand comics was definitely this, the first physical publication of Dungeon Crawler Carl in comic book format. Now, to be clear, and I'll talk about this more in my review later, this has been created as a webtoon, and it's being collected into a massive trade paperback, or omnibus, whatever you want to call it. And but here you get the first 20-some pages, okay? And this is a very popular book series right now, I guess. I'll have to check it out at some point because it really seems like it's exploding in popularity. And I love hearing that it was originally basically self-published. I think that that's really cool that the person got it started on their own. But one store was selling it right away. I think we're used to seeing some of these Free Comic Book Day things get sold online, or especially the day after, maybe that same day, and who knows where they came from. And I think that that's fair, but the event is called either Free Comic Book Day or Comics Giveaway Day. So what's the spirit of it? Well, comic readers are somewhat divided on this, somewhat. There's definitely more that feel one way, but there is a debate here going on social media, like Reddit and stuff like that. Hall of Justice Comics in Parker, Colorado, was at the event selling Dungeon Crawler Carl for $10. It's a lot for a 22-page comic. $10, or you could get it free if you spent $50 at the store. Now, there's no specific rules from what I read on the FAQ for Free Comic Book Day, other than the spirit of it is to give away free comics to bring people in, and hopefully those people buy things and stay readers. You're introducing new readers. Obviously, it's a promotional event. To be clear, the comic book store owners don't get these for free. It's not a lot compared to other comics, but they do pay for them. Okay, so when we say free, it's basically free for the people coming into the store, not for the store itself. It's a promotional thing. Anyway, the goal that everything I read on the FAQ for Free Comic Book Day just said, that it's designed to be a giveaway, but it's up to the store if they want to place limits on how many free comics you get or how that works, okay? But there's no rules that I read that said, and there's certainly nothing legally that would stop you from selling them after the event or online. There's nothing legally that would stop you. This specific book was easily going for $20 a pop the day of. I'll show you an image of it in a minute. But like eBay, no question, easily like $20, people would pay for it. And hey, I get that if that's the market. The market is going to dictate a value for this. Some people can't get to a store or don't have a store that's doing Free Comic Book Day. But what is the event called? Without being able to figure out the percentage, what I'll say is that the majority of people posting, which might not be the majority of readers, but the majority of people posting seem to find it against the spirit of the event to charge for the comic the day of.
The day of, yeah.
I'll tell you that I wouldn't go to the store if that's what they were doing to me. I don't feel that that's fun. It's against the spirit of it. They can do what they want. I'm not saying they can't. Here was like a post, like where they replied to someone saying like, hey, you guys are selling the free comic. And they're like, you realize that we have to buy all of the comics to give away for free on this day, right? But then people at this point, they go, you chose to participate. It's like, you don't have to buy those things if it's such a bad deal. None of your shops, I understand it went away pretty fast. It went away pretty damn fast. All of Justice was my old store, but that's trashy. I'll no longer go there. I'm not trying to throw them under the rug. They might have had some other promotion that balanced it out. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. This is all I know. I don't think it's the right way to go about Free Comic Book Day. Here's just day of, this was sold May 2nd for $20. Tons of examples of that. And then there are, some variant covers for this Free Comic Book Day that if a store ordered a certain amount, they could get a variant cover or have a remark by an artist. And those can be going for literally hundreds of dollars now. Hundreds of dollars. I would say that's ultimately the most fair way to look at it. It's their choice to sell the books. It can be the reader's choice not to shop there. I don't know. Yeah, I'm such a jerk. I had such a jerk. It's got a lot of hype for it. My LCS had a fat stack. I mean, if they're still giving them away and, in your area, it's not as in demand, I don't think at this point it's bad to flip it. I think whether the store wants to or a reader wants to, it's just this. I would say if you wanted to flip it, don't even put them out for Free Comic Book Day and say it's $10.
Exactly.
Just order them and sell them online or something. And I think that, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do.
Bingo.
I do think that you have to put limits on it, though. It would be so mean if people went into a store on Free Comic Book Day and there were some kids that were kind of into, actually, I don't think that this is really aimed at kids necessarily because it's kind of violent. But, teenagers or something. Say there was a 13-year-old that's really into Dungeon Crawler Carl. Maybe younger, I don't know. And they just wanted to get a free copy, but the store allowed you to take unlimited amounts and some guy ahead of them just grabbed a stack, like the whole stack, and went to like flip it. That's wrong. You have to place limits. Totally okay with that. Totally okay with that. But I don't feel like the store should be doing it. I really don't. Ultimately, I do come down on thinking, set a limit to how many books you can get, and certainly only like one copy of each book. But if you don't want to give it away for free, don't charge for it the day of. Like, charge for it the day after, or sell it online. But that's just me. That's just me. I understand that a couple books disappeared. One encouraging thing I heard was that the Garfield comic at some stores sold out very quickly, which indicates to me that there are some younger readers going to at least Free Comic Book Day, if not the comic book stores right now.
Young readers know who Garfield is?
You're going to just put your grandson through college. Eternally grateful that my LCS is Things from Another World. Oh, yeah, they're great. They're great. Anyway, it was a thing that happened. Some people are like, hey, you should be able to do it. I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to, but I'm saying because of the spirit of the event, I think it's only reasonable to assume that a lot of people are going to have a reaction going like, what are you doing here? Look at that. This person saying Garfield was gone by that afternoon. So that fascinated me. I would say in the last 2 years, the most popular one has been Energon Universe, because this is legit a full free comic, not just like a preview of something. And then they do sell it at like they'll release this week, I think, a $4.99 version of it. But if you went on Comic Book Day, you get it for free. And I think that that's a great book. A lot of the Free Comic Book Day stuff I don't end up like loving because it's just sort of a tease, which I get, but I also don't feel is that interesting or engaging. I need more than a little tease. Lamest news of Free Comic Book Day, stores selling it. I've liked Conan in the past. This one felt like a little small to me, but not a bad comic, just too little of it. I'm going to move on now. I don't want to focus on negative stuff. Oh, this is just more of a public service announcement for, friend of the channel, Danny Earls. So Danny Earls, not just a great artist, but like just a sincerely wonderful human being. He posted the 2 recent pieces of art that he shipped to his art rep are missing. Specifically, the 2 that you see here. Now, they still don't know if maybe FedEx has just lost track of it, okay? FedEx is still looking into this. Not great, but ideally they find it. Ideally. But there is a small chance they could have been stolen during shipping. So I'm putting it out there, just sharing it to a wider audience. If you saw either his massive, Gotham City piece or his Absolute Batman cover, the original art for this, if you saw it for sale as original art, tell Felix Comic Art or Danny Earls, because that would be stolen. Hopefully that's not the case, but let's share it and we'll all just keep our eyes out, keep our eyes peeled, and if we happen to come across it, maybe we could help. It's awful to like hope that FedEx screwed up, but that would right now be the best case scenario. Exactly. Hopefully they find them somewhere, but it's been a few days now, so we'll see. It is a little crazy, but sometimes there's something about an intellectual property, to use such like capitalist language, but there's something about some of these properties that we love because they're fun and they stand the test of time. Shipping artwork is always a scary proposition. Hope the artwork gets found. By the way, speaking of shipping artwork, let me give a quick shout out to Andy here, because during my Comic Tom co-hosted Whatnot stream, Andy had donated a beautiful page from TMNT Last Ronin that he had drawn. And he shared with me that when he ships art, he does like a sketch on a manila envelope a lot of the times, and he shared it with me. And so whoever bought that, it's not somebody that I know in real life, but congratulations, because you're not just getting a gorgeous piece of original art, you're getting a second gorgeous piece of original art. That was so kind of you, Andy. I really appreciate the help. The art itself was just really, really beautiful.
That's another
Oh
thing.
yeah, it's on a manila
If
envelope.
somebody's
and
going to
he's
steal
used
your
not
art
just
and you
like
have a
pen,
drawing
but like
of
a
art
white
on the
pencil or
envelope,
white pen
isn't that
to like do highlights for like the eyes and the
doesn't
mouth.
that
It really makes
encourage
it pop.
people?
It looks gorgeous, just gorgeous.
Doesn't that add extra
Over.
temptation for people to steal your package when there's a
We'll see what
drawing right
happens with
on it?
this. But oh, hey, lovely to see you here, Jay Penumbra. Going to talk about an article that you wrote in a little bit. It was really impressive, but it's coming up in a little bit. But if you're here, hopefully you get to hear me praise you. It was a really good article. Anyway,
Don't forget to vote
first let me
for
talk about
your
this. So Frank
favorite
Whiteley was
sketch.
interviewed this week
It
by
is
the
the
Comic Journal.
semifinals,
I'm always
Sketch
going to read anything
Madness,
Frank
the
Whiteley has
color
to say.
contest.
I'm just as big a fan of Frank Whiteley as you could be. You know, they say beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Some people don't care for how Whiteley represents people, but I think he is just a master. I really do. I think he's a storytelling master. Anyway, the journal asked him about a Lobo story that he drew 30 years ago that was never published. And apparently, Whiteley says DC has been inquiring about it lately. Of course. So he said that he completed this comic and it was, quote, the best thing I'd ever done to that point in my life. This is just a loose sketch that Whiteley had shared. That's the only evidence I have of this existing. Just a loose sort of thumbnail, basically. But he got really discouraged when he got something like a 5-page pack of notes from editor Dan Raspler, like telling him, hey, this panel should be, a low angle. This panel should focus on this element. And he was just like, oh my God, I'm overwhelmed by how many notes there were. So forget it. Writer Alan Grant has said about the story that it's called, first of all, Lobo, the Hand-to-Hand Job. And it was a 22-page Lobo sex story, which they refused to release. The story begins as Lobo is hired to find Manosphere-esque kidnappers who abducted the head of the universe's most lurid of porn magazines, and includes extensive shots of a fully naked Lobo and a pivotal scene with, quote, 10,000 asteroid miners masturbating. That's Lobo for you. That's Lobo for you. So Whiteley did say, I noted, that DC asked him if he still had those pages, which indicates to me that they might not actually even have those files, if I'm reading the phrasing correctly. Maybe they do. But it was interesting that they inquired if he still had the pages. And he said, here's the thing, he'd like the story to be out there, but now he looks at it 30 years later, and he's like, he literally says something, I'm paraphrasing it, that it would probably be more educational to the comic book artists of the world and the readers if he completely redrew it at this point, because he's evolved as an artist. Obviously, that wouldn't work because DC wants to get it out in time for Supergirl, right? I mean, that's clearly what they want to do. Lobo's in Supergirl. They'd want to publish it now for the first time. It's a little funny that all of a sudden we're seeing DC be like, oh, Swamp Thing by Rick Veitch? Yeah, we'll publish that now. Lobo by Frank Whiteley? Oh, yeah. It really opens up a little door that you don't always see unless you really read a lot about comics. These big publishers have shelved all sorts of projects that have never seen the light of day, that people are like, yeah, they would totally read them, and they get shelved for various reasons. So anyway, I think it would sell very well. And it would be very interesting to me as a fan of Frank Whiteley to see some of his earlier artwork at this point. But I could understand from Whiteley's perspective, that might not be what he wants to put out into the world right now. And from DC's perspective, they obviously are going
Cha-ching!
for, well, we want it now. And
Yeah.
it's like, if that's the case, you should have been talking to Frank Whiteley like 2 years ago or something, you know? I think so. I think it would have been before JLA Earth 2. Anyway, yeah. No, they do not tie in any way to the Supergirl movie. Oh, especially like when you consider what Lobo was specifically in the 90s. You know, like Lobo in the 90s, they were definitely trying to push the boundaries of what they could do. And a lot of his books were, they had like for mature readers only. They don't really put that label on comics anymore, do they? For mature readers? Maybe they do here and there. I don't know. Something you just stop thinking about once you become an adult and you don't have kids. You just stop looking for like labels like that. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it comes out after Supergirl, but before Supergirl hits like streaming and DVD. I don't know. I don't know what kind of timeline there is. After I made my episode, like Frank quietly reached out by email and was like, "Oh, if you ever want to know anything else, you can contact me, and I'd be happy to share." Very gracious, because he's very in demand. I would love to see. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a hotel that hired him to illustrate across all the walls, the hallways, and the bedrooms and stuff. I believe they're in Scotland, if I'm remembering right. But yeah, he illustrated a hotel. I said Frank quietly reached out. Yes. Let me say something else about Frank Whiteley. So, I didn't space that very well. Sorry about like it being so close to the border. But anyway, Eric Zawadzki. I'm sure a bunch of you have come across his work somewhat recently. He did the image book Heart Attack. He's currently drawing Assorted Crisis Events, which is getting plenty of attention. He was on the Comic Book Couples Counseling podcast show, The Stacks. I know that's a mouthful, but Brad and Lisa have created a video series on YouTube called The Stacks, where they go to Third Eye Comics typically, and they have a comic book creator pull out, trade paperbacks or omnibuses about a comic that they really love and explain why they love it. It's the equivalent of an actor going into the Criterion Collection and talking about a film that they love. Great idea. Great idea. My hat's off to them. Really, really smart. Anyway, Eric revealed something about a Morrison Whiteley team up. Zawadzki said that one of his favorite books is We Three. Same. And while discussing in depth, his love of the collaborations between Grant Morrison and Frank Whiteley, he said, quote, "I think they have another creator-owned book coming out, I guess. As of the filming of this, hasn't been announced yet." I think what he's talking about might be this. Back in February of 2024, Morrison posted to their Substack, Xanadu, a cryptic reference to a future project that just said coming soon. It was a close-up of a script with sketches on it. So it was this. Coming soon is a little bit of a script and some layout type sketches on it. So I think they're planning on doing maybe like a small comic on the Grant Morrison Substack. I don't think that they have anything that they're intending for publication, like printing, but I could be wrong. If there's another thing that they're working on together, I am there for it. No question. We'll see. Are you mature, though? Are you smoking? Because that's mature and grown up. Maybe.
Hey, lady.
Yeah. Jim Rugg was on The Stacks. A lot of great artists and writers have been on it. I think Brad and Lisa had a hell of an idea with that. But they're also fortunate that they live near Third Eye. There are several comic book stores you could do that, but probably not every comic book store. You have to be in sort of a big enough market and have a nice enough store that you could host something like that. And Third Eye Comics is a fantastic, fantastic set of comic book stores. Fantastic. Oh, you are smoking. Okay, you're mature and grown up. You can read mature comics. You vape, which is millennial smoking. Dude, I just saw some sort of reel or short, and someone was saying that, like, and they were young. They were like in their 20s. This girl said that her lung collapsed because she was vaping so much. And I read up on it, and yeah, if you vape too much, all that sort of moisture and vapor in your lung can cause it to collapse. So there
Good
are
times.
risks to vaping, folks. That
You
was
think?
terrifying to hear. I was like, oh my God, a collapsed lung when you're young? That's just really, really disturbing to me. Yikes. I've never heard that. This is like the first time coming across it. I'll tell you, all of my coworkers are generally younger guys and gals that I hang out with. They're wonderful people. They all vape. They all vape. It's just a thing. Like it is amazing how few people that are young smoke cigarettes, but how many of them vape. It blew me away. Blew me away. They all had their own private vapes. So, like when I went to Japan, not last visit, but the one before that, I got my buddy Zach like a bunch of interesting flavored vape things from Japan. That
How
I
did
used here.
FCBD go for you? It went very well.
I've taken a hit off of the vape pen before, and it's actually it can
Pretty much nonstop all day. Traffic was very steady. Serrana puts on a great event, and she spotted me 2 tables. She's a sweetie. So I had everything out on display. Nothing, nothing hidden or behind the table. Everything was out on display. So consequently, I sold a whole bunch of stuff. I sold a few Cousteau books. I sold quite a few New Zodiacs comics. I sold a lot of prints. No sketches. I didn't sell any sketches. That didn't seem like that crowd. But I would rather sell New Zodiacs comics all day long than. I'm not complaining that I can sell sketches and stuff, but I would rather sell my comics than sell sketches, even though they're more money. So I still have all my sketches from. I did sell a few. I think two or three sketchbooks. So those I don't have. I think I corrected my store the other day. Because I had some of those sketchbooks in my store. So I'm pretty sure I took those out, the ones that sold. Good time. How was yours? Did you go to Did you go to Most Excellent? I went to both shops. Yeah, both your stores. How was Most Excellent? Typical crowd. Such a good store. Such a great store. Mason, he's like the conductor of an orchestra, standing behind his register, taking everybody, taking all his customers. He reminded me of like a conductor. I did go to Most Excellent. I had Ron Leary draw me a picture. I didn't get there until late. He had 2 voice actors there. That's new. Putt was charging a cover charge. Who's Putt? Misty Ped. Are these actual English words? Misty Ped. What is a Misty Ped? Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch. It is a tie for second place. Mason had a cover charge to get to the voice actors artist. No shit. How much was he charging? No shit. How did the crowd handle that? Were they pretty cool with it? Refunded if you bought something. Okay. The guy in front of me wasn't happy. People were trickling in when I was there. Very interesting. Well, now the voice actors probably aren't just showing up like the comic guys are, right? So he's probably got to recoup his voice actor costs, I imagine. And what is a voice actor doing on Free Comic Book Day anyway? Fucking voice actors got to horn in on everything. Just kidding. He says this was his first time with voice actors. If they give Mason a good review, he can book more actors. Okay, there you go. There go the comic guys. There go the comic guys in the comic store. I've been meaning to get in touch with Mason because, thanks to your advice, he was asking for other comic book guys that I might know. And so I have a bunch of names that I want to fire at him, but I'm not sure how he wants me to handle it. So I've been meaning to get in touch with him. I guess I should have got in touch with him before Free Comic Day. I'll get there. Imagine paying $5 to get into a comic store. Hardcore, man. That's hardcore. Mike DiCarlo is upset he wasn't invited. Mason is talking about Kyle Willis and somebody else I forgot. Mason has his back room with the cover charge. Oh. Is that where all the voice actors were, in the back room? Were all the artists in the back room? So you could pretty much do the whole store. You could do the whole store for free, but if you wanted to see oh wow, okay, that's different. You wanted to see the actors and the creators, you had to go into the back room. It's like a nightclub. Interesting. Kyle's in Florida, though. Is he going to drive up for Free Comic Book Day? Kyle travels. Yeah, would he come up for one day, though? Mason talking about holding events. He's having events now. Good. At the store. Or do you think he means conventions? His friggin' store is practically the size of most conventions. I hope he keeps me in mind. Make sure you mention me, Daytona. But Free Comic Book Day was fantastic. And I'm technically booked for next year already at a store in New Hampshire. There are several stores in the area that host people. I think Mason wants to do some pop culture events. Makes sense. He's got room for everything, and he's got a space for every pop culture thing. He's got pop figures. He's got various card gaming shit. I don't know what you call that. Gaming stuff, RPG stuff. He's got everything. Statues. Pokemon. There's actually a show near me. It was called a Pokemon convention. That's all they got. Pokemon stuff. I think it's this month. I should try to squeeze in there with my Spider-Man Pikachu print. A couple of years ago, he did have Ed Brisson stop as he was touring the East Coast. Ed Brisson, that name sounds familiar. Mason took in a collection last week with a lot of your Marvel work in it. Oh, fun. Did you buy it all? You guys gave me the idea to start buying some of my old shit and sell it here on the stream. So I've been doing that in my spare time. I bought a few CGC books that I had worked on. I'm going to crack them open and sign them. Just one book, Planet of the Symbiotes. Yeah, sure. That's me. Terry Austin Inks. Yep, on the cover. Yep, that's me. How much did you pay for that one? Terry Austin, one of the gods of comic inkers. Young god. Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch. It's the semifinals. The winner of today's poll goes to the finals. Final round. When will the finals be on the color? Probably not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after. We're going into May with our March Madness sketch cover madness. It's turning into a thing. It's turning into this big thing. So I'm going to crack those bad boys open out of their slabs. I'm going to sign them and remark them. Then I'm going to send them back in, get a signature series account, and then sell them for crazy money to help raise funds for new Zodiacs. More new Zodiacs equals more Joe happy. It was part of a bundle of Todd McFarlane and other Spider-Man books. One Death of Superman. I think everybody's got a Jim Lee X-Men 1 and a Death of Superman, right? And maybe Broken Back's Batman. Those were the days, man. It was crazy. I was there. I was a pro, working pro, man, during some of that crazy stuff. McFarlane Spawn was fresh. Number one. I remember my bosses, Jim Shooter and Bob Layton and Don Perlin. They're all huddled over Jim while he was looking through the first issue of Spawn. You could tell they were drooling, envious. What's the first issue? First 12 issues of Spawn, I think, sold 1 million copies, right? Is that true? I heard that somewhere. So you got a year worth of 1 million selling comics. You better have some money left over. Oofa. Good times. I did a comic that sold 600,000 copies, but I didn't own the character like Todd Master did. Todd owned the character, published it. I didn't publish it myself. I just worked on a book that sold that many copies. But if I had published it myself, that's one of the things I would like to have done. If I do it all over again, I would like to publish my own books sooner than I did. But at the time, I had one goal in mind, and that was to draw Spider-Man comics. And so other ideas kind of fell by the wayside. And then once I drew Spider-Man comics, then those ideas all kind of came back, and I could focus on those again. I was always drawing my own comics, always creating my own characters, always writing new stories. Since I was a kid, never stopped. Best-selling prints were the Pikachu, Spider-Man Pikachu, and Miles Morales at the Free Comic Book Day in Worcester, Mass. That's entertainment. A lot of kids there, which was great to see. Love that. Met a young lady named Jenna. She's going to be 7 in a couple days, and her parents bought her a whole set of Cousteau books, and apparently she's an excellent reader. So she's going to plow through those Cousteau books pretty crazy, pretty quick. She's a sweetheart, and she did a drawing for me. Where is it? we traded drawings, and I drew a narwhal for her, and she drew me her. This is her TV show she wants to have, and this is her as a character named Emerald, and she's thinking about sharks. That's what the bubbles are. And then I got another sketch from Kyler. We traded. Somebody's going to shoot me because I thought he was a Pokemon, but he's actually a character from Pokemon. What's his name? Donkey Kong guy? Mario Brothers. I forgot his name. So I didn't even get the story character right. I thought he was a Pokemon, but he was a Mario Brother character. So I got 2 sketches for myself on Free Comic Book Day. That was fun. I'm still waiting on CGC for my Joe St. Pierre Spider-Man ham book. Oh, cool. You're getting Spider-Ham, Venomized Spider-Ham graded. I never read Death of Superman. That's one of the... In my entire life, I've only thrown away 2 comics. That was one of them. Nor Broken Back Batman. No clue. I missed Spawn because of the army. Gumba? Bowser is the correct answer. Thank you, Acid. That's Bowser. Acid gets the thumbs up. So you can even tell the way Kyle drew this guy that it was Bowser. That's good. That means he got it right. So I did a Bowser for him, and he did a Bowser for me. That was a thing at this show. A lot of artists were doing free sketches. And I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. My jury's still out. I love to spread the love, spread the word of good comics, but I don't like the idea of free labor. This is what I do for a living. But I'm okay with trading. That's a fair trade. I get a Bowser from Kyle. He gets a Bowser from me. It's all good. Who'd you guys vote for? Let me know in the chat. We're getting quite, it's quite a tight race for second. These guys, remember this, the winner of today's round goes to the finals. The finals. That's it. Gotta get back to work. Oh, I read that one already. Daytona voted for 5 because he's good with numbers. So you voted for 1, which is 5 minus 4. This one is 5Ds. I remember that, but I don't remember. This one is for James. This is James Posey's. I forgot who bought this one, and I forgot who bought this one. Ange, did you buy this one? Ooh, look at Wolverine pulling ahead. Holy cats. This is interesting. Pulling ahead of second place. That's interesting because 3 got quite a few votes on my Facebook. So I'm going to be interested to see how this plays out at the end. It's going to be very interesting. I don't know. I'll probably finish this here while I'm live. Isn't that Rolo's? Oh, did Rolo buy that one too? I usually put the cola in his pieces, especially towards the end. I don't see that. He may have just bought it after I'd finished it. Have you ever done a Spider-Man Wolverine sketch? You mean Spider-Man and Wolverine in the same piece? I'm going to say yes. If you mean Spider-Man and Wolverine mash up into one character, I'm going to say yes. I think I did that here. Pretty sure I've also done a piece with Spider-Man and Moon Knight. Nice day to stay inside. It's raining out. Anybody interested in a Batman print? $30 seconds ago, dollar start. This isn't the one you'll be getting. This is display copy, but they're 7x10. This is the actual one you're going to receive. 7x10 comes in a bag with backing board. Art by me from back in the day. About the same time I was working at Marvel, and I did this for DC. I know there's a thing with like the postage, right? Like the postage is probably about $6 for something like this. So I'm not sure how to handle that exactly. Maybe it's something that if you buy a commission, you can also buy it and throw it into a larger package. I'm not sure how to handle it. Let's try this. Let's see for the next 20 minutes. gonna have a flash sale. So for the next 20 minutes, we're having a flash sale. This Mayhem, if you're still in the room, I will take care of you. Gave me a nice tip. Is that another way to handle it? Tip me money, and maybe you pay less for postage? No, that doesn't work. Never mind. Never mind that idea. But for the next 20 minutes or so, we'll have a Batman print for sale for $5. Freaking Venom, man. He's got a lot going on here. And you can go on my web stream on YouTube and watch this finished, or you can watch it when the stream is finished. It's hard to talk and draw at the same time. You can go to YouTube and see the whole piece get done. Revisit it. How come Ron Leary gets to go back to most excellent, but not me? It's okay. I had already booked free comic book day at That's Entertainment, so that was kind of a joke, but nobody got it but me. Ron's a nice guy. I miss chatting with Ron at shows. My chat just disappeared on my laptop. B. Roman in the house. Look at all the VIPs. B. Roman, let us know who you voted for. It's the semifinals. The winner goes to the finals. It will take on next week's winner. Tomorrow we're going to have the black and white semifinals round 2 to decide the final contest. That's exciting. You guys decide. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, I was listening to a podcast. Let's see if he's still around.
Very satisfying. I used to every once in a while go to a hookah bar when I lived in DC.
Pardon me.
It's pretty relaxing to like vape, but yeah, it's not good for you to do a lot of. I just let you know. All right. How did I get talking about vaping from an article on Frank Quitely and Grant Morrison. I don't remember. I'll keep going. Let's talk about this. So, DC So White is a hashtag that's been trending lately. And I think that there's a really big argument to be made that DC has a problem. I'm not saying anything new by saying that. I'm just trying to broach the subject. All right, so James Portis III. I don't know if he's still here, but he was here a moment ago. He's known as Jay Penumbra. He wrote a really insightful piece on The Beat that I'd recommend you reading. It's a really big article, but I thought it was a very even-handed, fair, and clever list of solutions to a problem. Talking about a problem can just be drama. But when you can talk about a problem and then list potential solutions, I think that that's constructive. And I think that he wrote a great piece. So the problem is DC does not really have an ongoing single black superhero title right now in their mainstream continuity. The last one that they had was I Am Batman. I think it went 18 issues. That ended in 2023. You could argue, okay, they've at least got Absolute Green Lantern. I'm like, okay, that's one book, and it isn't in their main continuity. Like, how do you not have a solo
Black Lightning
black superhero when you've got I think that some of DC's black superheroes, maybe they're not that interesting. They only work as a supporting character, but I think that Mr. Terrific has been developed well. I think Static is very popular, and I think that Vixen has a lot of potential. So those are just
Give me 12 issues of Black Lightning. I'll put it on the map. Turn him into like a Frank Miller kind of thing.
Let me talk about Jay Penumbra's article. So first of all, this is my piece, but DC's current sales dominance has shined a brighter spotlight on them. So if they have any shortcomings like this...
Can you believe DC outselling Marvel? That hasn't happened since the 1970s.
It's easy to...
What's going on here, folks?
Criticism if you're only selling a few copies. You're not making an impact. But DC is the industry leader right now.
Crazy to hear that.
You gotta be well balanced. So here are the three problems that Portis lists, and I think that this is very insightful. A lack of promotion, a lack of market transparency. What are the sales numbers on any of these books, aside from bragging that it sold 200,000 copies, 300,000 copies? Aside from bragging that, what is the up and down of all of these books so that we can make comparisons? And of course, three, a lack of opportunity. And the lack of opportunity is, I think, the toughest one to breach because it's probably a blind spot for a lot of people. But those are three very pointed, very specific criticisms. And I hope DC's editors and leadership reads this and takes it seriously, because I think that I agree with it. Portis proposes the following solution. And again, I really encourage you to read the whole article because it goes into a lot of interesting history and deeper criticisms. So three things they could do. One, launch between 1 and 3 titles in DC's mainline continuity with a strong creative team. And I think that really is key. You can't just give it to an up-and-comer or an emerging talent. You really do need to promote it by having a top-tier talent on it.
Frank Quitely.
To give it the best chance. Okay?
Get Frank Quitely on it.
Properly promote the series the same way they do for Batman and Superman, the Absolute line. Those things get a certain amount of promotion. Whereas it's clear that, when was the last time you really heard them talk about, I don't know, Teen Titans or, a mini series for Birds of Prey, something like that. They don't treat all their titles the same way marketing-wise. You need to push 1 or 2 of them to see if that makes the difference. And finally, give these titles immunity from cancellation for at least 18 to 24 issues. Specifically, they argue, you need a bigger set of data point than just there were 6 issues and it dropped off. You got to give it time to find its audience and then also be able to compare it to how other ongoing books do.
It's a formula
yeah,
for all comics,
let's
not
collect
just
data
comics
for more
with
than just the print
black
sales. Let's look,
superheroes.
when you've got a year and a half to 2 years of data.
Look what they did with
How does it do,
Sandman.
when they put it up digitally? Does it find an audience later that binges on it? How does it do as collected trade paperbacks? If you're
That's
canceling a book
Sandman, right?
by 6 issues or 10 issues or something, you're not always motivated to make those trade paperbacks.
You don't get a trade.
Or there's not a reason for people to pick it up to catch up. So I think that these are some good ideas. Here's my one criticism about Jon Stewart is that I think as a character, he's well defined. But I have this problem with any of Green Lantern. They all have the same powers. They basically all have the same look. I would say that it's very derivative. And that's why I was saying, like, Static or Vixen, maybe even Steel, even though he's like a Superman ally,
Cyborg.
he's got an armor, or for that matter, Hardware, maybe. Personally, if you were going to dip into the Milestone characters, I think Icon and Rocket have a lot more to build on that makes them unique. But anyway, yeah, they don't want to do any more miniseries. Like enough about the miniseries.
Mr. Terrific seemed like a good candidate. He was in the Superman movie.
With Batman Beyond, that Mr. Terrific did get a 6-issue series by
6
Al
issues.
Epson, who's a really great writer, happens to be black. Cool, but that's just 6 issues. Whereas if they could attract, say Sanford Green to also write a black character, I think that would make a bit more of a market impact with the whole mainstream audience. I'm not saying I've got the solutions, but I do think that Jay Penumbra wrote a really insightful article that I encourage you to read. This hashtag DC So White is definitely trending and getting discussed a lot, and I would not be surprised if it evolves into, I don't know, maybe a boycott or some sort of a bigger movement in videos or something like that. DC did buy the rights to most Milestone things, yes. And that's cool. That would be cool. But again,
most Milestone things?
They aren't prominent enough when they're a member of a team. It needs to be the same thing that you do with, Spider-Man or Thor or Batman or Wonder Woman. You need to have a single black superhero. And some people will say, okay, well, what about Asian superheroes? What about Hispanic superheroes?
Yeah.
Great point.
What about them?
Great point.
Let's do it.
But this is coming from a bunch of black comic readers. They have an investment and a desire for something, and they're pushing for that. You can't do everything all at once. But if we can make this happen and prove that it works, maybe that opens some doors for other superheroes and stuff. Oh, is that what it is? Milestone does still own the rights, but DC has a publishing agreement? I knew that was the original deal, but I didn't know that. I think Static, you go maybe he doesn't have the most original powers. There's lots of superheroes, actually a lot of black superheroes with electric powers. Don't know why that is. I've never understood. But he's at least his own person, and I think he fits a lot of the prototypical, teenager trying to juggle real life and being a superhero that you get with characters like what do you call it? Like
Spider-Man,
Kamala Khan, and Miles. It's kind of weird. Marvel has a lot of problems right now. They really do. I would say they do a slightly better job than DC is doing right now. But why? Because Marvel's business strategy is to put out more titles and take more shelf space. And I think that Miles Morales and Kamala Khan are both examples of characters that would be even more popular if they go past 10 issues. I really believe that. I really believe that if you have a consistent team and you do at least 2 years, I think that those characters would be even more popular. Yeah, Static absolutely predates Miles. And I think that they are different characters that, you know, there's a lot to like about Static. I think the fact that Static had a cartoon at a time when a lot of today's readers were still growing up, that makes a certain amount of market penetration or knowledge with the mainstream that's really nice to see. It's just so weird to me that, like, I feel like the first one I do if I was in charge of DC would be to give Static a book, because he's established with a history of his own. He's got a lot of mainstream market attention. I just feel like that could be a slam dunk if you got the right creative team. Oh, Jake Penumbra here. Sorry. Absolute titles don't solve the problem. Yeah, we need mainline ongoings. Right. And he's talked about how many days it's been since the last DC ongoing, which I believe, if I'm remembering right, is this I Am Batman book, which again, nothing wrong with some of these characters. There really isn't. In the right hands, any character can have good stories. But I think DC should try to find their characters that aren't derivative of an existing character. Jon Stewart's a great character. Jace Fox is a great character. I would focus more on some of the more original ones that they've got from Milestone, Vixen, etc. That's what I would do. But I'm not the guy. I think Cyborg it's wild. Like, they pushed him so hard, and they've done a good job integrating Cyborg as one of their top tier heroes. And Cyborg is at least original and not derivative. You know, how does Cyborg not have his own ongoing book right now by somebody out there that's like, you know, a top name? And knowing if now
My
that
buddy
DC
Paul
can see
Pelletier
who's
worked
trending
on a Cyborg
hashtags
comic.
and go, hey, people are very aware that we don't have a mainstream ongoing black superhero. Let's get somebody. Yeah. And you know, the thing you come back to is, you know, Black Lightning, Vixen, Cyborg. Well, maybe not Cyborg actually, but Vixen and well, no, actually, now I'm going to backtrack even more. I was about to say they were all created by white people, but you know what? When you wrap in Trevor Von Eden, when you roll in even George Perez, you know, they're not strictly white people. So I guess there is a good history. Yeah, Morgan Hampton's doing the Green Lantern Corps, and did the Cyborg book. Again, I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000%. 5, 6, even 10 issues, not enough to know for sure if it can take off.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Jake Penumbra's idea of saying, hey, if we're going to do this, we're going to give it immunity from cancellation for 1.5 to 2 years. Cyborg is criminally underused. Cyborg would be perfect to use as a lens for the ongoing tech controversies. I'd say it's also probably time to redo his design a little bit so that he could fit in real life. Mr. Terrific has gone through a lot of good growth. I think that his presentation in the Superman movie, I think, was very strong. You know, he's just a really clever guy, and he's so capable, and he's got a unique attitude and personality. I miss Dwayne so much. Growing up, Dwayne McDuffie was a writer. I very quickly, as a teenager, came to find that I loved his work. And I tell everybody about Damage Control. Damage Control under Dwayne McDuffie was such a good look. And exactly. And it wouldn't be hard to do that. I mean, how many characters are out there like Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, that both have their own book and are on a team? Don't think too much about the logic of how much time people have. Nubia is a pretty good character. I think Nubia helps Wonder Woman more than Wonder Woman helps Newbie, if that makes sense. Wait, does Calderon count? Ooh, I'll admit to my lack of knowledge on that one. I'd have to Google it. Oh, Jesus, that's a terrible idea. I don't have a whole lot more to add tonight. But I think that this is getting this is getting people thinking. Obviously, I'm getting some really positive, insightful comments as well as talking about characters that they love. There are existing characters that are loved, and if you want to create a new character too, DC, not against that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that what would really help would be a top tier creative team and that immunity. And then something the entire industry would benefit for. We need more transparency on sales. It's exciting to hear that a book has sold so much, more than typical. But how can we compare anything these days when we don't know what we don't know what Punisher sells? We don't know what
40
Web of Spider-Man, if there even is a Web of Spider-Man book right now. We don't know.
Punisher 30,000.
Oh, Calder is Aqualad. Thank you. It's all clicking. Yes, I'm very fortunate right now to see that Ernie and James are both chatting with you guys. That's a real privilege. And look, those, by the way, if you don't know, they're the guys that came up with the hashtag and are really guiding this movement. I wish you guys the best of luck in controlling this conversation because these things can sometimes get unwieldy. I think it's a very positive thing for the industry and for readers to focus on the shortcomings, especially when there's if DC is selling this well, they should really be able to afford some great talent. I hope it happens. And I've expressed which superheroes I think could potentially work well. Anyway, I really encourage you anyway, at the end of the day, to read the article, James Portis 3, The Beat. If you put that in, you will see. I tell you what, I always make an edit as soon as I finish the live stream. In the description, I'll put a link in there for everyone's benefit so that you can read up on it, okay? Anyway, yeah. Brunson, I would love to see you work on one of these characters, man. I think that, you'd be a great fit on a lot of them, especially maybe somebody. I like your street level stuff with wait, all of a sudden I'm blanking. Is it Ghost Man? All of a sudden I was thinking Ghost Agent. Yeah, Ghost Man. Okay, I had it right. Sorry. Momentary brain fart. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll continue with the news. There was a lot to say about this, and probably will be in the future, too. Let's see where this goes and what we as readers could do to support this messaging. I'm sure Raymar would be happy to collaborate with you. It's in everybody's best interests. Anyway. Great original character, Ghostman by Raymar Brunson, if you guys haven't read it. All right. I'm going to talk a little bit more about DC, this time pivoting just a small thing about the Absolute Universe. There was a Twitter user, this name, and they posted a short video at a signing with Scott Snyder. And Scott confirmed that Absolute Martian Manhunter is going to be the specific character that brings together the Absolute characters for an event. So that's kind of interesting. Oh, yeah. No, well, I don't know what other comics people are saying, to be honest. I just read the article. I've seen the hashtags on threads and stuff. So I'm following along, and but honestly, the thing that really moved me the most, which was the inciting incident here, was I really thought that James wrote a great article on The Beat, and I just loved that it wasn't just complained that he proposed some real tangible solutions, and I think that they make so much sense, and it makes it easier. All right. But it's so hard sometimes to pivot from one piece of news to the next. I'll do my best. All right. This story is going to be written by Jason Aaron, and I guess the other Absolute writers will help plot it, but they're not scripting it. It's going to be specifically Jason Aaron, and DC had previously told us that event is going to happen in Q4. It should be noted, Absolute Martian Manhunter ends next month. Actually, just like a month. At issue 12. A lot of people have loved that. I feel bad. Martian Manhunter wasn't one I stuck with, so I plan on getting it in trade. But I have personally really enjoyed Absolute Wonder Woman and Absolute Batman. I think they're great books. Here's one that might be fun for all of you. You might win something, okay? Here's something easy. So DC Comics has launched DC's Building Bad sweepstakes. Sorry, that one cracks me up a little. A competition offering fans the chance to co-design, to a degree, and name a new Batman villain. Okay. The winner's creation will debut in the pages of September's Detective Comics issue 1113, as well as in downloadable content for the new video game Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Something just occurred to me.
We don't work for free, Sally.
Amazing Spider-Man is hitting issue 1000, but Detective Comics is a Golden Age book, and it's only at 1113. How did Marvel bump up the numbers for Amazing Spider-Man that high? He should only be at something more like 800 or something like that.
I know the answer to that.
Who cares?
It's a weekly book for many
years.
years.
I'm such a nerd for the Lego games. They are my zen. They really are. I always get 100% on all the Lego games. I love them. I love them. But that's kind of a fun reward going in. Now, look, if you think you have the world's best idea, don't give away in this contest. Make your own story. But that's kind of fun. Bi-weekly issues for Spider-Man, but I know it's been bi-weekly here and there, but I don't think that should make up for that many decades head start. We're talking literally 3 decades more.
Detective might have been bi-monthly for a while as well. I've got some 70s Batman that I was shocked to find out was about bi-monthly.
From United States, Canada, and the UK. Don't ask me why other countries, I don't know. You have to be over the age of 13. You've got from June 1st. You don't really have to do anything to enter the contest. There's a form here you can fill out. But anyway. Oh, that's a
pass.
question. Which Lego games are my all-time favorite? What was the most recent one?
We don't work for free, Sally.
I haven't played any video games in quite a while since the flooding downstairs. I can't access my console, so all of a sudden I'm blanking on what the last one was. Was it a Star Wars one? I did really like. I liked Marvel superheroes a lot. I liked Lord of the Rings a lot. I don't know. I like them all. Fun question. Thank you. An invulnerable villain called the Cheese. No one can cut the cheese. That's good.
Catching up on the chat. I see some chat commentary. Is this your commission? This is his name is Philip, but he goes by the name Jerry. You rated me. Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate it. And I also have a I guess the Batman The Batman sale also went. Oh, sorry. Sorry I missed all that. I was in the zone. That's a good thing for the person who's getting a commission from me. If I'm in the zone, that's it. Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate it. You're the man. Can we crack? I should have asked when I should have known there was a raid. Please, let's get past 2,000 followers today. That would be great. Make sure you follow me. As Jerry says, make sure you follow me. And what are you doing? If you're not following me, what are you doing? What's the matter with you? I don't know what you're doing here. Let's see. Okay, Here for Comics is the owner of this piece. Donut says, "What white marker is that, Joe? What white marker is that? It is a acrylic painter. Marks on anything. Water based. It wasn't what I was usually using. I was usually using Panda Fly, but I can't find Panda Fly white pens anymore. So I tried these, and they work pretty good. I bought them on eBay. I usually go to Mr. Art for my art supplies. It's a website. If you sign on to their VIP membership, you save like a decent amount, like 30% off. That being said, you can still get some items cheaper on eBay, like those white pens. I'm not even sure Mr. Art had those white pens as I think about it. Gel pen or paint marker. Paint marker, I've yet to use a gel pen that was worth anything. I have no success with gel pens. I just realized I should have bought that box of blanks last night. I'm surprised you didn't buy that box from Julie. I thought you were LOL. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Bond, James Bond. Another raid from DA. Oh my God, you guys are raiding me today. Let's crack 2,000 followers. What do you say? I'll do a giveaway? Should I do a giveaway? Let's do a giveaway. Today's giveaway is going to be a Batman print from back in the day. So hang on, I'll do a giveaway. Create product. I noticed the Whatnot interface has changed from last week, so it's a little frustrating. Let's see. Here we go. Let's do a giveaway. Is it launched? It's launched. We're going to do a giveaway. I'm giving away Batman prints today. This was a piece I did way back in the day, around the time of Venom Along Came a Spider and Venom Tooth and Claw. When I was a regular at Marvel and DC, that was my main source of income, comic book art. And it printed in a book called Batman Chronicles #1. And it appeared about this big. If this is comic book size, it appeared in about this large. This drawing, that's right, I said it. This drawing appeared about this large on the comic page, and it was all orange. And I was so offended by how the DC editorial choices were made that I had this colored by my friend Mike, and I used it to promote myself in commercial art. And this single piece of art made me more money in the commercial art IP design world than my entire career in comics combined. Like add up all my royalties, add up all the pay that I got, page rate, blah blah blah, and this single piece generated more work than outside of comics than any other drawing I've ever done in my life. So there. So I'm giving it away. It's a memento. I found a whole stack of these in my storage unit. So we're gonna give this away. Congratulations. Thank you, DA. By the way, you're the best. I met DA not too long ago, less than a month ago, right? At the Little Giant Old School Comic Show. Great guy. One of my favorite. If my followers aren't following DA, you got to follow DA. The best back issue dealer on Whatnot. That's just the truth. Those are just facts. So thank you for the raid, and we're doing a giveaway. Let's see, what else we got going on here? James Bond is raiding. It's hard to read the new chat on my laptop. This has got a welcome raiders. Thank you, Miss Mayhem. Daytona says Jerry was funny last night. He's always funny. He was getting frustrated over the questions, how much comics were, and nobody was buying much of his $2 comics. Oh, G&J, I did not see. They had a whole box of blanks. Talk to me, Donuts. What were in the box? I did not see that. Thank you for sharing, Jim Bid. Appreciate it. Oh my God, it was a great mix. LOL. What did it go for? I do like G&J also. They have good bulk boxes. But DA is the best. You can't compete with DA. I would say the most transparent. Jeff is great at describing the condition of the comics. He's really upfront about, the shape of certain comics, whether they're good, worth buying, or even not worth buying. I really appreciate that very much. He's also well educated in great comics. So when Jeff says this is something you should buy or this is a great storyline, I find that he's right 99% of the time. Or let's put it this way, I agree with him 99% of the time. So go to DA Comics. He's the best. It gets sold for $40. Holy cow. That's my price for a box of sketch covers. That is my price. I do have some blanks coming. I've got 2 absolute Batman blanks. I've got Superman and Spider-Man blanks, Spider-Man and Superman blanks, and Frank Miller, Dark Knight Returns #1 blanks. One of my favorite comics ever made. So those are coming. They're in transit, I hope. Roadrunner Hands 710. Congratulations. Should we do another one? I'll sign this. Congratulations. Thank you, big dog. Is that me? Am I a big dog? Thank you. Good get, says Donuts. Should we do another one? Yeah, we'll do another one. What the hell? Let's do this one, which I've already signed. Can I do another one? Too late. 1 second. Oh, that's weird. When you click on Gibby, it used to open up a window, and then you would choose the time frame. But right now, now you click the Gibby button, and it just launches. That's weird. Signed Batman print giveaway. Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch. We're having the semifinals of Color Sketch Cover Madness. These are 4 drawings I've done in the last year here on the stream. So vote for your favorite. Get in on that voting. It's free, and there are no wrong answers. Yeah, Jerry's a hoot. Somebody told me he runs around with no shirt on, and I think that's a good thing you can't see him on the stream. Jerry Robson, he's all right. We like him. DA Comics, they're great. G&J, they're fun. I like G&J. I don't know who the lady's name is, but she has a distinctive voice. So she's like, thank you. Everybody's got their own personality, right? And thank you. Thank you much. Did you make the 2K followers? Geez, I hope so. That would be awesome. I'm having trouble with my interface. Like, I can't get messages while I'm live, and I usually can't get an update on my followers while I'm live. So right now, I have 1991 followers according to my laptop, but I got rated twice, so I hope I could get 9. I hope I could get 9 followers after getting rated twice. So that would be awesome if I could crack 2,000. You got to say it like back in the 2000s. Congratulations. Thank you. Did you make the 2K followers? She sounds like Dr. Melissa on the show The Pit. I'm convinced it's her. LOL. Oh, I've never seen The Pit. I have to get to The Pit. Maybe that's why she doesn't talk too much. She's trying to hide her celebrity. I see now. I can draw the winner whenever I want. But if I launch the giveaway, it goes to 5 minutes. But I can set it whenever I like. Okay, that's new and different. Just when you think you got the whatnot mastered, it goes and changes on you. So a lot of times with the artists streams, the artist such as me will be very quiet. That means I'm in the zone. That means I'm focused on the drawing. And that's a good thing if this is your piece. When I'm talking like this, it's not always the best sign. The thing about me talking now is because, as you can see, it's mostly done. So the thinking part, the crucial thinking part of this drawing is done, so I can talk more. And you'll be able to watch this whole stream on my YouTube channel. Coleman Yord or Jord. Congratulations, you've won this Givey. Let me flag this one. I also play a game on the stream, so take note of this. I play a game on the stream called Mental Metal. It's like a memory game where you win prizes, and if you match prizes, and if you can identify the character in the puzzle, you win those specific prizes that you've matched. And I got 2 games lined up, and maybe I'll break it out if we still have more than 10 people after I'm finished with this. But I want to get this piece done. It also needs to be colored in reds and grays. If you're just joining us, don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch. Let's see. This one was not done here on the stream. This one's done separately. This one was done right here for Mr. 5D. I forget who got this one and this one. Get your own commission. I'll work on your piece right after this one. I also publish my own comics that I wrote, drew, inked, colored, and published myself, my own universe of characters called the New Zodiacs. You can find those in the bin. Very reasonably priced, signed copies for $10. Can't beat it. We also have more rare variants. We've got a print run of the black variant. There's only 250 of those. And a super rare variant where there's only 100 printed with that specific cover. There's a foil variant of New Zodiac's Pisces and just a super rare variant of New Zodiac's Aquarius. Currently working on New Zodiac's Sagittarius. Are you bringing these prints to Heroes? I'm not sure. You mean the Batman prints? I'm not sure, to be honest. I've got a very limited, when I'm traveling, I have a very limited series of choices. So probably going to favor original art at Heroes and comics and go easy on the prints. So I don't honestly know. What I did for New York was a similar kind of thing where I knew I had limited space. I also did this for Denver. I packed a print portfolio full of my prints, and I brought like 5 to 10 of maybe 5 of those prints. So in other words, as they sold at the show, if I didn't have any stock in the ones that were being bought, I would just pull that one out of the sleeve and then I'd replace it with another that I have in stock. So I really travel really minimal. I can't bring everything. So the likelihood of me having the Batman prints, I'm not honestly sure, but send me a note if I'll see you at Heroes. Send me a note, Donuts, and I'll bring one for you. How's that? It's probably the easiest way to solve the problem. Look at Wolverine gaining on Spidey and Goblin. Holy cats. Only 2 votes away from tying. This is anybody's game. For you YouTubers who are watching, number 2 is in the lead with 16 battle damage. Wolverine is in second place with 14. Possession of Eddie Brock is in third with 9. And Marvel Team Up is in last place with 6. Okay, I will. That's probably the best way to handle it, Donuts. Whether I bring them or not, I'll bring one for you. Anybody have any questions or comments? Lately, I've been on Whatnot. I don't even have the sound on. Like Sonia will be watching the news or something, and or she's on her phone, and I'll just have like a Whatnot stream on, like G&J's. I do that a lot, where I don't have the sound on because I know she doesn't talk much, so that's cool. And so I'll just out of the corner of my eye, I'll check on what's going in the box. But I've been getting scorched that way lately, though. I should stop doing that because I bought a box, 2 boxes actually, from somebody, and they were all sticky and had this weird film on them, and I really didn't want any of them. They were comics that I was interested in reading, but I didn't want them anymore because they had this like sticky film on them. I was disappointed. But that's my fault because when I played the receipt, the video receipt, the guy was saying, these are kind of sticky. I was like, shit. I got scorched. Yeah, I would like to have at least seen the box of blanks. That would have been nice. I'm not like Rod Ramos, though. I don't just buy all blanks. I buy blanks. I buy blanks that I personally am interested in, or B, blanks that I think I can sell, like Spider-Man, Venom, I don't buy any indie stuff. Somebody gave me a 8 billion genies blank. I forgot who gave it to me. It was a while ago. It may have been in a lot with other stuff. I know I'm never going to draw on that. But I personally, I bought the first appearance of the Teen Titans, a facsimile sketch cover of Brave and the Bold. I think it's 53. And now I realize no one's going to ask me for a Teen Titans commission, although I'll probably end up drawing one of those myself just for fun. Love the Teen Titans. All versions. Well, all versions. Yeah, pretty much all versions. I like the Jeff Johns version. That was pretty good with Superboy. Superboy got massive. He was a smaller character, smaller in frame. And then he got really buff. I thought that was a good version of Superboy. And Miss Martian. But I love the classic Titans, Aqualad and Kid Flash, Speedy and Robin, Wonder Girl. Love them. Love them. And especially loved the Wolfman Perez version, which embraced the history of the Titans, brought some of the originals back, and then added some new characters. That was great, great stuff. Is it time maybe for Starfire and Cyborg and is it time for them to become Justice League members maybe, or their own team like the Titans? Maybe, and then restart the Teen Titans again with the new group. I don't know. I think we've done that enough. How many Robins are there? How many Flashes are there? How many Green Arrows are there? How many, who's left? How many Aqualads are there? There are even a lot of Aqualads. So I don't know. Maybe that idea is tapped out. But I used to love the Titans. Nick Cardy, one of my favorite artists. He's so good. Look him up if you don't know who Nick Cardy is. Some of my favorite covers for sure by Nick Cardy. Silver Age Titans are awesome. You guys know how to get your own commissions? If you're interested, something like this is $150. You can go to the bin. Do a search for items with the prefix code 100. Those are all personal commissions that you can have done. In the meantime, I can show you some other stuff, which may not be in the bin. Let me see. Where'd it go? Where'd my Wolverine go? Okay, let's put him up. Zombie Wolverine for sale. This guy's not for sale. This one was bought. This one was purchased already. I'm just working on this. This is available for sale. Let's put him up for auction. Zombie. This is a headshot with some extra hand and gore and stuff like that. Headshots are 100, but the extra stuff is 50. So 150. Mary Jane Watson adds Venom. Actually, she's not available. She's in the bin. She's in the bin for $50 less, so just 200 for her. Let's see. TMNT. Sketch. I don't get many requests for Ninja Turtles. This is something I did just for the heck of it, and now I realize I'm going to wait for people to ask me to draw the Ninja Turtles because I've had this one for a while. I may keep going with this and draw like 3 more turtles in the back with some background and stuff like that. Add value, but the price will go up when that happens. That came out awesome. Which one? The Turtles one came out awesome? Thank you, if yes. Spidey and Miles Morales. They're all awesome. But I meant the Wolverine when you had it up. Oh, yeah, I'm a little slow on the draw when it comes to timely reading of the chat, but thank you. Someday I'm going to get my buddy Peter here. He's going to read the chat while I work. He keeps offering to do it, and I'm like, yeah, just let me clean up my place, and my place is a mess. There's a guy at Free Comic Book Day. He said this should be a print. So maybe I'll make it a print. I call this one Venom Spider-Man Venom Ooze. I call this one Deadpool projectiles because he's got stuff flying at him like banana peels and bullets and knives and tomatoes and hot dogs, knives and rocks and bullets. He's like, what? What up? What am I gonna do? I don't know. Deadpool. He's the shit. Boo-doo. Jam piece starter upper Venom. Get your favorite artists to take this to a show. Get your favorite artists to fill in the spaces, or me. Get me. Remark prices are probably going to go up here soon, so I would highly recommend that if you were interested in me getting something small like a Remark. Get it now. You can find that in the bin around the 100 items with 100 prefix code, somewhere around, let's say 107 is a Remark sketch enhancement for $60. Those are color. So I usually charge 80 at a show for a color Remark. If you were interested in something like that, I would buy it very soon because I'm probably going to raise my prices here. The Remarks, they don't really, when I do something like this, I can retool this. I can use it for contests. I can make a print of this. I can scan it, make it high res, and make it in color cover quality kind of thing. Whereas the Remarks are more sketchy and I can't really reuse them. I like to repurpose my art. I don't have a lot of time, so um, if you guys want Remarks, I'm totally happy to accommodate. It's just that they don't really pay for. I don't get enough out of them creatively, so I have to make them worth my while. JMP starter upper Venom. I hope that makes sense. There's a JMP starter upper right here. I wonder if other artists feel the same way. I know that Clayton Crane, he charges $100 a minute, right, for his Remarks. And he has a minimum of 5 minutes. Maybe I should have drawn the webbing after I drew the figure instead of drawing around the webbing. Learning all the time. Similar idea to Venom. Jam piece. Get your favorite artists to fill in the spaces. Daredevil. We were just talking about Daredevil earlier today, the Born Again show, right? That was cool. Spidey, me and Terry Austin. Only happened once. Got a remark on there. MJ. Maybe I'll do another one with Spidey on the left. X-Men 2099 with Spidey 2099. Some of you may not know that I worked on Spidey 2099. I did 6 issues total for Marvel Comics. This one's going to be a little tough to share. Let's see if I can do this. Connecting covers. Kind of like that. Let's see if I can get them together. There we go. No bites, no worries. I have ambition that these might sell at Heroes Con. When is Heroes Con? Next month? Here's hoping. Excellent covers as always, Joe. Thank you, Johnny Pez. VIP, Johnny Pez in the house. Yeah, it says donuts. Thanks, you guys. Both possessors of Joe's sketches. So we all know they have good taste, right? All right, I think we're done in black and white. I've got to scan this. Should I color it tomorrow? Yeah, I'm going to color this tomorrow. It's 5 o'clock. This is a good time to sign off. Any last questions? Comments? I will color this with grays and red. It's going to be all kind of half tones and then the spots of red on the tongue and blood. That should look very cool. That's my prediction. Tune in tomorrow and find out. Let's see. Any last questions? Okay, so let's do a sign. Do you scan with your phone or do you use a scanner? I have a scanner. I actually have an 11 by 17 scanner, which I love madly and was the main reason why I kept my G5 tower for 20 years. It still works. It's great. I love it. But my computer crapped the bed. And so I'm reluctant to get rid of the 11 by 17 scanner until I figure out a way to connect it to my new laptop and my new iPad. I'm being told by the internet that it's not compatible with either one. It makes me very sad because I need 11 by 17 scanner for my comic pages. But my printer does have a 8.5 by 14 scanner, so I've been using the scanner on my printer lately, and it's okay, I guess, for something like this, but not for large pieces of art. I got to solve that problem. That's one of the priorities on my list. Okay, now I'm going to go to what model scanner? It's an Epson. Epson. It's an Epson 10,000 XL. The 11 by 17 is a 10,000 XL. Try scanning, try your phone. I will try my phone. Holy cats. Do we have a tie on whatnot? We can't have a tie, but I'm going to do the Facebook and the Instagram tallying. So bear with me a second. That's hilarious. I lost 6 followers in the last hour or 5 hours. Let's see. Darth JC says 2. Kirk, my man, Kirk says 1. Joe AOV, who we know, he's on the stream here. Is he Johnny Pez? You're number 3. Jay Larder says 2. Anglor says 3. That's Ange 21. Miss Mayhem says 2. I can't believe Miss Mayhem voted for Spider-Man. That's odd and different. All right. What OS is your laptop? My OS on my laptop is Ventura 13.4.1. All right. Let's see. Oh, not in the mood. Not in the mood for shitty technology. Here we go. Most relevant? No, I want all comments. All comments. Mike says number 2. Mahana says 3. Jonathan E. Brown says 2. Chris Hebert says 3. I know all these guys. Billy Nichols says 2. Stan says 4. Carl says 3. Got to be Spidey and Gobby duking it out, says Peter. My guy, you might be talking to Peter. That 4, that cover is actually telling a story. That is correct. Can't argue with that. 2, tough decision on this one. Hopefully it's tough because these are the finalists, semifinalists. And we got Matches says 4. Mark says 3. Jason says 2. Jules says 2. William says 3. Ainge patting the ballot box. It's completely allowed here. 3. Mike says 3. Wow. Lot of votes here. Let's see. Okay, so let's go to Ask Joe at Joe St. Pierre art page. Hello. Anybody working? Anybody at home? We have 1 vote on the Joe St. Pierre art page. It is Jeff. Jeff says 3. Look at all the votes for number 3. All righty then. Let's see. Next. Comic book sketch covers. We get a vote for number 2 from my buddy Ken. Sketch cover fanatics. We get a vote from my buddy for 2. Let's see what else is going on. And that's it. All right, let's do the whatnot. Do the screen grab. Sorry, it's hard to read the chat on the new version of whatnot that I'm looking at here. Is that Mac? Yes. Your favorite scanner is USB 2. It should work with your laptop if it doesn't have USB. If it doesn't have a USB connector. I have an adapter that connects the USB port to a port to the adapter. The adapter connects to the Safari. So don't I need a driver for the scanner? Ainge says, did you count your Blue Sky votes? No, I did not. Thank you, Ainge. Ainge got another vote in on the Blue Sky, right? Thank you, Ainge. You're the best. Let's see. We got 2 votes? What? Is it possible to have 2 votes on Blue Sky? Ainge, Ainge patting the ballot box with 3 votes. For number 3. All right, let's get this final tally down. So we got Marvel Team Up. Let's do the screen grab. Final screen grab for the record. Marvel Team Up, 13%. It's 6 votes. Plus 3 equals 9 votes. And we've got the possession of Eddie Brock, 19%, which is 9 votes, plus 13 votes equals 22 votes. That's the one to beat. Then we've got Wolverine, 34%, with 16 votes, plus 1 vote on my social media equals 17. This guy came in second place. And then finally, the champ, obvious champ here, 16 plus 12 is 28. The winner of the semifinals, number 1, going to the finals. The first color sketch going to the finals is Spidey versus the Goblin. No kidding. Congratulations, 5D. If you're still here, your piece won. And he's got this graded. It's a 9.8 in his case. Who owns that one? Oh, that was 5D. He sent me a picture. It's in a case, CGC graded 9.8. Mac has made it harder because the new MacBooks don't have USB on the laptops. It's ridiculous. Don't get me started. But I long ago bought an adapter that accepts USB. Cool. So that was fun. I hope you guys had a good time. Any final questions? I emailed you a link to Epson support page for your scanner. I've probably been there, but thank you, Daytona. I appreciate it. I'm pretty sure it was Epson that said they had no driver for this software, but it's okay. It's all good. Doesn't hurt to check again. There's a drop down box to select from. Oh, yeah, I'm reliving memories now. But I'll try it again. Thank you. But I appreciate your help. So we're going to see you guys tomorrow for Black and White semifinals round 2. We're going to determine who goes to the finals tomorrow. That's cool. And then I'm going to color this guy. So that'll be cool. And then maybe I'll do something with this guy. I don't know. It looks done to me, but maybe I'll color it. Not sure. I have a lot of colored pieces now. They're getting high end. I want to keep things in the affordable range. Let's see. Anything else? All right, cool. I'll see if I can raid you guys out. Do I recognize these people? I don't recognize a lot of these guys, so I'm going to try this person, Kyle Feely. Where'd he go? I guess he's gone. Oh, there he is. Okay. See you guys tomorrow.